What's up? What's up? This is your boy Ado, and let's check the audio as usual. First, let's check the YouTube. YouTube is alright. And how about Twitch? YouTube is alright. And Twitch is alright as well. Alright. Let me just take care of one thing. Alright. Got everything set up. My audio is alright. We can do this now. We can start exploring the Mover plugin. Once again, we're getting back to the Mover plugin. Hi, I'm Adarolzo. I'm a game developer at my day job, and outside of my day job, I like to stream here, learn all the things that I don't really have to, that I don't really have the possibility of learning outside of my day job, right? So I work as a C++ gameplay programmer. So I tend to look at other stuff, like for example, game design, tech art stuff, and of course exploring plugins, right? And this whole channel started with Mover plugin and exploring the potential new future for making movement in Unreal that hopefully in the future will take over from the previous movement component, right? And I already did like 3 streams on the topic when I was just exploring what the hell is Mover, how it works, how it functions. I tried to look if we can implement directional gravity. I went for a talk to last year's Unreal Dev Fest in Prague, and because there was a talk about Mover, and I asked a question and was listening there to the whole lecture and stuff. And a couple of streams ago, I got a quick message here on chat from Isam75 that stated, "Hey, will you be getting back to Mover 2.0 that was released with Unreal Engine 5.5? And I'll be honest, I was looking release notes, and somehow the whole idea, I don't know, like I missed the fact that Mover 2.0 got released. So I was like, oh yeah, for sure, let's explore this as soon as I'll be able to, right? And this is that moment. I'm not sure if it will be a 2-parter or a 3-parter like last time, but you know, I want to see how it works. I want to see if the directional gravity still has the limitation that it had previously. So we'll be looking into the code of this whole thing, but let me see if I actually have solution. I don't have a solution created for that, so whoa. I'll get to click live to create the code for this stuff. Generates your C++ code project in a rider, and I don't have rider selected. Okay. Code editor. Oh no, I have source code editor. So what the hell? Ah yes, I made this project in yes. Of course. So you will get to see me going the real route, the real learning curve, etc. But first I need to create a new project because I forgot that this project is messed up. So give me a hot second. Dexterowski says, hello, let's dive into this shit. Yeah, hell yeah. And we're starting with the creation of the new project, which I didn't intend to, but I forgot that I deleted the last project that I was doing it with. So, you know, let's just do this. It will be fun. Okay. I don't want to update this shit. I really don't have the project for that shit. Yeah, that's the thing. Last time I was cleaning out my disk to save some space. Why 5.4 editor? No, 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 no. I don't want this editor. No, 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 no. Let's. Oh, okay, it was way quicker than me. I have no idea why it turned out like that. Give me a sec. Yeah, let's go into this. Let's turn that engine on. What the hell? Yeah, so I was trying to make some space for on disk, and I was deleting like some old projects, and one of the deleted projects was the previous mover test project that I was having. But that's good, because it means that anything that I done there, I would have to recreate with the mover 2.0, and we will see, you know, the difference in there. Let's create a new project. It can be third person, whatever. Of course, C++, we want to have that. Let's call it mover 2.0. Starter content, yeah, we can have that, and let's create this project. Omni Nathan, me, when the funny. The funny will show up when I will start crashing this whole thing. That's when the funny will show up. And the funny thing is I forgot that I deleted the project, so now I have to create a new project, but that's great. We will be actually going, you know, as everyone else would do. Okay, let's create a new project, let's turn on the plugins, let's restart the whole shebang that sometimes gets omitted on streams. Oh, this is NBC of Gaia. You changed the nickname? Or is it your alternative account? Hi! Hi, hi. Nice to have you here. How is it going? How is y'all Sunday going? Here it is super sunny. Outside it's not hot, but inside my house it's as hot as fuck because I have the southeast exposition to the sun, so I'm sweating, and my apartment is tiny, and it's very hard to, you know, make it colder. Lexerovsky says, so you're cleaning your disk from garbage. I bought a new M2 for GameDev instead of making some space and cleaning useless stuff. Yeah, I mean, basically I have like 2 disks, and one was for work and the, you know, day job and things outside of the work, but the day job repository got super huge, so I had to clean up the room for that, and, you know, I never anticipated that it would be as big, right? And I am thinking about buying a new, not only buying a new disk, new M2, but also buying some more RAM, because I have 64 gigs. And let me tell you, if you are working on the open world game, which I am at the day job, those 64 gigs during the development on the Epic settings, suddenly it turns out, no. Yeah, shipping builds are working fine, but, you know, the dev environment with the editor, 64 gigs is the minimum. I have to expand my RAM, right? Which is crazy. Omni Nathan, which was previously called NCB of Gaia, says, yeah, it's another name. It's going good. I started watching Naruto with my mom, and I started making a Naruto game too. Oh, nice! Actually, last year I read first time for myself the Naruto manga, and it is a ride. It is a ride. I really like this manga. It was recommended to me, and I was like, okay, let's read it, and I blasted through it in like month or 2 months or something like that. It was really, really fun. Okay, so as usual, new project. We are starting by going into the plugin, mover we have to turn all of that stuff on, and we see that they added, I think they added the new README document. I don't remember if it was available last time, but we will look through what they prepared for us. I'll be honest, it is quite weird to turn on the experimental plugin and having any README file that makes fucking sense, right? So I am glad that they did that, right? So let's try to find that README. The way to go about it would be going into Engine, Plugins. That's where the plugins are. If you don't see those plugins, you have to go into Settings and click Show Engine Content and Show Plugin Content, and it should show up. Omni Nathan says, Land of the Waves arc, the best for real. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be honest, I would have to read through it second time to like find my actual most favorite one. Because when I was blasting through it as a one singular story, sometimes, apart from the clear division when Naruto was younger and then an older teenager, right? At least in manga, it flowed really well. One thing leading into another, etc., etc. So then, when I was reading which arcs are actually there, I was like, oh man, they, Kishimoto really pulled that off. Of like going from one arc to the next one, etc. So for me, going through it as one singular story, man, what an experience. I wish I could explore, other things that I already know like that. Like I could, erase my memories and revisit certain books and mangas. That would be awesome. Okay, so we are going to Engine, Plugins, and we're trying to find Mover. And we see we have Mover examples, and Mover tests. Mover content in C++ classes is where the actual plugin lies. Examples just shows the examples of how to set up things. There are C++ classes. Oh, there are. There's Mover examples, character, game mode, etc. Nice. So that's where you get to see how, examples of usages, and sometimes they are adding the tests content. And what else? And sometimes when you have a plugin where there is no examples but you have automated tests, this is also a valuable source of getting to know how to use the interface of a given plugin, right? But you click Mover Content, you click right click and show an Explorer. An Explorer window shows up. It opened up in here, it was empty, so you get to go back a little bit, open up the README file, and here is the README file. The whole README file, which is nice because as I said, most experimental plugins don't have any kind of documentation. So, it's good to see what is there, right? Just to get the first, introduction, basically. Dexterovsky says, yeah, I would like to erase my memory from watching Mr. Robot. Everyone has one series or book or video game that they would like to erase memory just to experience it once again. For me, when it comes to games, obviously it will be, because I've been talking about it previously, it would be Half-Life series. It would be my most favorite RPG from Nintendo DS era, The World Ends With You. Yeah, those two I would love to re-experience with a fresh state of mind. So let's see what they are telling us here. First of all, they are explaining what Mover is. Then it's a new plugin that is supposed to support movement of actors with role-based networking. Actors. So it means that it doesn't work with mass entities yet, which is interesting. But rollback networking, which is great because if we are getting rollback for free while moving our characters, it means we don't have to implement our own rollbacks for all the network latency problems, which is amazing. That's like one of the biggest reasons to use gameplay ability system, because of the rollback that isn't there, right? And you don't have to do anything on your own, because it is It is tiring to get there. Like, we had a little discussion over the last 2 days about, you know, network codes, rollbacking, etc. And with Dexterovsky on Discord, let me click the invite and send it. I need to get the bot to send this kind of links to the chat. Yeah, and in general, rollbacking certain gameplay actions, it's not an easy thing to do. There's shitload of considerations. So whenever a plugin gives you that option for free, suddenly it makes the plugin worthy of consideration, right? So this using the network prediction plugin or chaos network physics. This plugin is a potential successor for character movement component. Fingers crossed, because I really don't like the character movement component, and everyone who went there knows what I'm talking about. Basically, character movement component can only work on characters, and mover component can work on any actor. It doesn't have to be a character to move around, and that's awesome. The goal is to allow gameplay developers focus on crafting motion without having to be experts in networking. Thank God. I hope, or thank whoever is making this plugin actually. This is experimentals, yada yada, yeah, getting started. That's nice that they are saying getting started. Actually, I can tell that whoever is making this plugin, and I was at his lecture in Prague a year ago. He really wants us to like this plugin and get to know it the best, because he created the whole README. And he's telling us where to get started, what are the examples, etc. I like this guy for that. Add mover and mover examples plugin to an existing project or from a new blank template project. And let me just turn on the rider in the background, so we will have code loaded in. They are telling us that this is the map that we should start with. The L_character movement basics. And activate play in editor. Recommended project setting to starts. Oh, that's something that I haven't considered. Network prediction, preferred ticking policy fixed. Network prediction, simulated proxy network interpolated. Enable fixed ticks moving to true. We'll see if we have that already set, or we will have to click through it. This will have mover object simulating at fixed rate, which is different than the variable rendering frame rate. The smoothing option provides visual compensation. Without it, you may feel like the movement simulation is rougher than the camera movement or skeletal animation. That's something I actually didn't know about this plugin from the year ago. Okay. Examples, collection of maps, that's great. Movement basics, terrain features and movement examples, layered moves. I think I explored those levels, but we will revisit them. And pawn actor blueprints animated many pawn is the simplest character and is based on mannequin. Yep. Animated many pawn extended adds a variety of movement capabilities such as dashing, vaulting, and ziplining. I remember exploring that. Path following many pawn is set up to support AI-driven path following. That's the concept that I didn't really explore last time. And spline follower platform, simple moving platform that predictably follows a defined path. This is an actor, but not a pawn. Okay. Oh, there's a whole explanation of concepts. Man, this guy really likes us. He wants us to understand everything. Shit. Because I think the last time I was going through this mover plugin, I don't think there was README like that. Or my memory is terrible. Both of two things can be true at the same time. So movement mode, yeah, walking, falling, climbing. There's only one mode active at the time. Layered moves, represents temporary additional movement, for example, a constant force, briefly launching up into the air, a homing force, animation-driven root motion. They only generate a proposed move, and then active movement will execute it if it can. Multiple layered moves can be active at the time. Their moves can be mixed with other influences. Duration, great. Is it even readable on stream, or maybe I need to make it larger? I'm not sure. Instant movement effects can affect movement state directly on a mover-based actor during simulation without consuming time. They are only applied during simulation tick and then removed. So during that given tick, something changes, and on the next tick is not applied. Okay. Okay, then we have movement modifiers. So it will indirectly influence the movement simulation without proposing or executing any movement. For stance changes like crouching, stealth, I love this documentation. I don't think I experienced any documentation for experimental plugin like that, when they are telling you the examples of how to use something. Or at least I haven't really seen something like this. Transitions. A mover-based actor requires a movement component to operate. Of course, this is the main object that other systems interface with. That one is, I remember we were looking at last year, that it's not like mover component is based on regular ticking component. It has a backend, and it was connected to network prediction plugin or chaos network physics system, and that was driving the simulation really. And there's also standalone liaison that can be used for non-network play with kinematic movement. And I forgot to turn off notifications on my phone, which is set to old school popular song, which I might get muted for right now by Twitch, which is awesome, but that's on me for not turning off the audio on my phone. Sorry for that. Other concepts: composable input and sync state. Inputs are authored by controlling owner and influence movement. Wow. Okay, they actually, it's funny because they are explaining everything that I was just diving, face down first last year. And I was just going through the code and trying to make a sense of this thing, and now they are actually explaining all of this shit. Okay, yeah. Everything that I was kind of trying to make sense of and create any kind of logical comparison between what was before and any description and how it works is laid down here. That's great. It means y'all don't have to waste time with figuring out code. Why does it work like this, etc. It tells you input production. This is something that I was dealing with the first live stream, where I found out that it's not like you press the input and it already translates into movement. They are creating an input command structure. There's like this whole queue of that. They are parsing this input and producing the mover queue out of that. Oh. They changed the trajectory prediction. For motion matching, that's great. Navigation mover, nav mover component. This is component meant to house navigation movement specific settings and functionality. That is something that wasn't here before, I think. Nav mover component. It is designed to live alongside the mover component touched. Okay, we will explore that. Movement utility libraries. I think there was there. It was there last year. Yeah, I think. Sim Blackboard. This is a way for the coupled system to share information or cache computation between simulation ticks without adding to the official simulation state. And that shit is not yet rollback friendly. That's great, but also I don't think it was here last year. And move record for tracking combinations. Okay, example, movement that results in a character stepping onto short ledge consists of both horizontal and vertical movement, but we don't want the vertical movement to be included when computing the actor's post-move velocity. Okay, in comparison, instant effects, blah blah blah. Dexterovsky says, there wasn't nav mover component when I was asking a year ago about it. People was talking that mover do not have AI nav support. Okay, so it is something new. So it's not just my memory being shit. This is actually something new. Okay, we will take a look at this. I'm not expert with the Unreal's AI, I'll be honest. But, you know, we will see if there's an example of that or what is going on in there. Dexterovsky, do you remember this kind of README being there with the Markdown support in the previous version of this plugin? Because I don't. Maybe it was there, I didn't see it, and I wasted lots of time that could be saved just by simple reading. that would be funny. And typical for my life. Movement modifiers are a new concept, like crouching, yeah, transitions, movement from modes and layered moves can be mixed together, yes. It is easier to add custom movement modes. Yeah, I remember I added the ability of ground pounding. That was nice. Provides a default movement set. Dexterovsky says, there was definitely no such file. Okay, thank you for confirmation, because I was kinda right now losing my sanity over the fact that maybe it was there and I wasted time just going into the code when things are explained here. But I like the fact that they added something like this. I would love if they added such README file for every experimental plugin. Because right now, reading through this and thinking about how I was just basically going through the code to understand how input is being produced, the actual move input that was translated from the input, right? Okay. The mover component does not require actor class to derive from a character. That's the most important thing. Rollback and the fact that you can attach it to whatever and start moving whatever actor around is powerful. Mover component requires a root scene component. That's kind of a given. Mover component does not require. The only thing I'm thinking about that it is so concentrated on actor, which makes sense because most developers would be using it to drive their player characters around with that, right? Drive the motion of the player characters. But I've been thinking mass is there with all the entities, etc., that is supposed to allow you to simulate lots of NPCs and stuff like that. And yes, you can. There are LODs in mass, and the high LODs right in front of your face could drive with the mover component. But it would be nice if we could compose movement for entities as well in that way. But I guess, you know, that's so far in the future. We are still dealing with the CMC, character mover component. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't consider that much about mass. Yeah, it does not require assume skeletal mesh. That's also a networking model. And CMC owning clients and a combination of inputs and state as a move at the client's frame rate. The server receives them and performs the same move immediately. Then compares state to decide if a correction is needed. Yeah, we were looking into this last time, I think. Network prediction. There are two ways, the physics one and this one, right? All clients and server are attempting to simulate on a shared timeline with clients running predictively ahead of the server by a small amount of time. Yeah, the server buffers these inputs until their simulation time comes, and then performing all movement updates, the server broadcast states, and the rollback proves resimulation if needed. Okay. Yeah, that's also... Dexterowski says the file is from 26th of November 2024. Okay, so it couldn't have been there when I was streaming that. Yeah, okay, so it makes sense. It's not super new, but relatively fresh. Okay, that's great. They added gameplay debugger tool for that. That's also great. They added more log mover, console commands mover. Oh yeah, we will see what kind of shit will you know be there for console commands. Dexterowski says your stream was 9 months ago. Yeah, it tracks. It tracks. It's March. Yeah, it tracks. Physics-driven character example. That's the one that is very, very inspiring, I would say, because you could create like a physics sandbox, multiplayer, just drop players in and people will have fun, right? Think about, you know, all those games. I forgot the name. Oh my god. The one with the funny limb movement, where you could grab things with one hand, two hands, and at first it was like a wrestling game, then it was constantly evolving. Human Fall Flat, I think, right? We could do this shit with physics-driven characters in here, right? And it is backed by Chaos Networked Physics System, which I saw the demo of on Unreal Dev Fest. At Unreal Dev Fest, it was cool. But as we know with Chaos, it tends to break. It tends to break, right? So it's probably not... I mean, it is experimental, the whole mover thing, but I would say even if they will get out to 1.0 and say, yeah, this is stable, that's how we are driving the Fortnite, etc. I bet your ass I will do a stream on that and the physics will be breaking. The physics simulation is running at fixed text rate. Yeah. No, it's due to async nature of physics simulation. There is some additional lag time between player input and affecting the pawn's movement. It's lovely that they are explaining all this shit here. And frequently asked questions. That's great. Should my project switch to mover from character? This depends greatly. Yada yada. Does mover fix synchronization issues between movement and the gameplay ability system? No. Yeah. I think I asked something to that nature at the lecture in Prague about how to connect mover with the gameplay ability system, and the guy said, well, there's no integration right now. You know, you have to do it kind of on your own. Limitations and known issues. Yeah, let's look quickly through that and we will jump into Unreal Engine. Yeah, I am one of those guys that reads the instruction first and then attempts things. I learned a lot through life that with that approach I save myself future headaches, if there is any, of course, documentation and instruction, right? So yeah, I remember one situation. It was still fresh for cellular phones to have color displays, right? And there was like this Nokia whatever, and it was running Java games, and my friend and I had Prince of Persia Java game on our phones, and we were playing with it, and my friend was constantly skipping tutorials, and he got to the part when he couldn't just go through the spikes that were super elongated, and he couldn't jump over them, and he was dying, and he was thinking that the game's fucked up. And I was going through the tutorial, and I knew that you have to press the input very slowly, and he was like, no, you can't pass through it, it's a shitty game. And I was like, no, you can. Nah, you're lying. And I was like, let me show you. And I showed him. He was like, how the fuck did you know that? I didn't skip the tutorial. And that was like a big life lesson for me that, okay, maybe, you know, if an author of a given thing gives you an instruction, maybe at least skim through it, right? And then we can break it apart and see, you know, how it actually works, right? Dexterowski says, physics base is driven by chaos network physics. Okay, so it can't be working. Chaos replication breaks for me almost every time, and it is getting out of sync. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the guy showed a demo that was in a very controlled environment, and he showed it might not even be live demo. It was, like a video, I think, and it was looking promising. But I remember trying to achieve any physical thing, and it was just crashing for me immediately. So I was like, okay, there he probably was showing a video from some fork that is not accessible to us yet, where chaos physics are, or chaos network physics are working a little bit better than what we have right now. But I agree with you, Dexterovsky. Every time I try to make chaos physics work in a network simulated environment, it just wasn't working really, or I don't know how to set it up, right? Yeah, so I fully expect that we'll turn on the physics example. We'll put in some latency in there, and it will break. Limitations and known issues. Ticking order, fixed tick simulation versus variable engine rendering rate. Oh yeah, that's like a usual thing. When you have simulation driven by a fixed tick, but your rendering rate is, a variable. But it's lovely that the guy explains it here. It's lovely, lovely, lovely. Limited blueprint support. Blueprint functionality isn't 100% supported yet. Okay. Arbitrary. Oh, okay. I think I have the answer to my directional gravity right here. Arbitrary gravity, collision shapes, etc. in the default movement set. Although the core mover component tries to make as few requirements as possible in the composition of the actor, the default movement set has more rigid assumptions. For example, the default movement set correctly assumes a capsule shape. Some features such as arbitrary gravity are not fully supported in all cases yet. Okay, so it saves my time of trying to explore that. It means that the limitations that I found out in 2024 for arbitrary gravity are still in. So I'm not even going to waste time with that shit. And it sucks because the guy kind of said at the lecture that, hey, you will be able to make things kind of like Mario Galaxy or Outer Wilds. But I guess it's not in 5.5 yet. Animation of sim proxy example characters. Animation on another client's pawn, a sim proxy, may not be fully replicated during certain actions. Okay, so the animation side of things will suck. Forward predicted sim proxy characters. Characters controlled by other players are typically poor candidates for forward prediction, which relies on past inputs to predict movement. Yeah, us as one of the other players won't get the inputs from the other character because Unreal Engine doesn't feature peer-to-peer. It first has to go to the server and then maybe it could be sent to us, but by then the latency will be so big between the other player's input to us that it's not worth to send the input data to other players, right? So that makes sense. Acceleration and direction changes as well as action inputs like jumping are unpredictable. Yeah. And unless, we had some AI profiling going on players, but that's uncomfortable. And will be the source of frequent mispredictions that can give the sim proxy character popping or chopping movement. Consider using interpolated mode for the simulated proxy network LOD product settings, which will give smooth results at the cost of some visual latency. Yeah, but that's the problem for every engine, really. Dexterovsky says, I'm wondering how Half-Life 2 character is made that it can be interacting with Havok's physics and it's fully network. Yeah, I expect that they did a lot of custom code changes in Havok physics engine. Did they ever touch upon that anywhere? I remember reading Raising the Bar about Half-Life 2 from Jeff Keighley, but I don't remember if it was ever touched upon there. There's no clip document that they released under the Lost Tapes. label for Valve, but I'm not sure if they talked about it there. And it's been long time since I played the Half-Life 2 with the developer commentary, so I don't remember if they're talking about it there. But yeah, it's funny how the game from 2004, Half-Life 2, when it comes to networked physics, is still like up there, right? I haven't played Human Falls Flat, but the fact that it's also a co-op game that works kinda with physics is also like a top-notch achievement in my opinion, because most games break with this shit, right? So yeah, I'm curious as well. Damn, I wish I knew some Valve developer to ask about, but they are super secretive about this stuff. I mean secretive, it's not like they're secretive, it's just they don't do it, right? Okay, yeah, cooked data optimization can lead to missing data. Cooked builds may... Wait, what? That's something that because I didn't create a build last time, but that's something that I haven't considered. What? Cooked data? So your shipped game might have more errors than editor game? Cooked builds may have some mover components data missing, resulting in a non-functional actor. Disable the actors generate optimized blueprint component data option. B optimize BP component data in C++. That should be like way above probably, because wow, it should be, you know, off by default or something. Because think about it, you are making your game in the editor, you are cooking your build, right? Playing in the controlled environment, then you give it out to tests and it just doesn't fucking work, right? And you might be spending days. Thank God that they, you know, put it in here. Cooked data optimization can lead to missing data. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that cooking your build might fuck up mover component. Okay. Wow. Dexterovsky laughs. Oh, you do not have number 2 Gabe? Lol, loser. Yeah, I don't. I'm just a peasant. Video game development peasant. Yeah. I mean, you know, like Valve doesn't really have people working remotely, right? From what I understand. And I know because I was looking at them, like, do they have an option for such thing? But there's always, you know, every company has like one guy or two guys that are allowed to work from home because they are like, I don't know, something, right? Epic Games keep people working remotely from all over the world, right? Lots of companies have that. And you know, my logic was maybe Valve have some guy in Poland and maybe you can meet him at some, you know, meetup, etc. But I never found such guy. If he exists, he is, you know, hiding pretty well. And I think, you know, they know what they're doing if, you know, they exist, because they would get swamped by other developers with questions. Mover component defaults are currently focused on characters. The current component has more API and data than would be required for mover actors that are not character-like. Our goal is to make minimalist-based component with slimmer API and property set with specialization for character-like actors implemented separately as a part of the default movement set. Okay, so I remember that I was being asked by people here, in particular Isam75, about, you know, looking into how implement vehicle with the mover component, and from we can see custom code is needed, because they explicitly say that right now all the defaults, blueprint or C++, you know, properties, etc. are concentrated on character-like actors. So we won't find anything vehicle-oriented, right? Sim Blackboard is not yet rollback friendly. Okay, we got that. Multiple modifiers of the same type. Currently, Mover expects there will be only one modifier of a given type active. This can be worked around by overriding the matches function using more criteria than just the type. Okay. Okay. We got through the shit. The most important thing for me was that if someone makes a build for the game using mover component, you have to turn off generate optimized blueprint component data, B optimized BP component data in C++, because that will break your game in build. Which is funny to me that the editor will play is better than shipping build play, because it's usually the other way around. So I'll drink my tea to that. Forward predicted sim proxy characters. Okay, so this one is the most important thing for us. Arbitrary gravity, which means I won't be looking into that code because they are explicitly saying that they are not supporting that. Yeah, those are two most important things for me from this file. And it's great, kudos to them that they created such a thing. Developers know that, you know, every other plugin in there doesn't really have this shit going on. So I hope they will be updating also this documentation. Okay, so let's go into example classes as you would, and let's jump into the L character movement basics. As they stated, this should be our entry point. Let's look into this shit. Did the level change that much? No, not really. Extended pawn playground, etc., etc. It's all the same stuff. Dexterovsky says, okay, so maybe better thing will be to talk about what works in the mover. It would be faster. Yeah, but I hope most of shit works. We'll see. And give me a second, I will take a gamepad with me, because we will use a little thing. I'm not sure if I was showing this off last time, but basically in the editor preferences, you can go into play and you can click where the hell was it? Route gamepad to the second window. And that way, you know, we can steer the character that we can have focus on our player, either listen server or just another player, but with the gamepad steer the character in the second window that we are not focused on, and that way we can test all the latencies, etc., etc. So that's the first thing that we want to click. We never want to play as standalone, we always want to play as client in that case. And do I want to test listen server or just clients connected to dedicated server? Maybe for now let's test clients connected to the dedicated server. Enable network emulation, yes, that's one of the reasons to use mover component, right? To see the rollback in action and how much of a visual glitch will be there, etc., etc. I remember it being a little bit wonky last time. There are a couple of emulation profiles already: average, bad, and of course you can create your own custom. Funny thing, at DayJob last time I had a bug connected to input initialization where the reproduction step was to have severely bad network connection. Like one singular spike, and to emulate that in editor I had to give like minimum latency of 1000, maximum 2000, package loss like 30%, etc., etc. So, and it was the only way to constantly trigger it to fix the situation, and the situation was funny. Because of order of initialization, we were using like how to even say it, one patent basically from Lyra, but you know, we had to adjust it to our game and then it worked. But man, this is, you know, so helpful to set it up. And also there are console commands to set up even more properties, right? Nexterovsky says, average profile for me is an actually bad connection profile. Their bad is extremely bad. Bad like 800 milliseconds ping. Yep, I would agree. When I was playing, I was still in my Apex Legends playing game, whenever I had like, you know, 60 milliseconds latency as a, you know, average, it wasn't a good play. It wasn't a good play. I could actually feel like, holy shit, it's only 60 milliseconds, but certain things, you know, wear off. And of course, anything bigger than that was downright unplayable in that situation. I agree. But I think, you know, Epic is a company based in America, and USA famously has shitty internet. So, you know, probably for them this is average, right? Unfortunately, their state of the internet providers is fucked up beyond believable. I remember when I was at Techland and we had like the first guy from America, from Brooklyn, joining the company, and he was talking about, you know, his experience going from New York to Poland, and he said, like, first thing he said was like, wow, your internet is amazing. Not only it is cheap, but it is reliable compared to USA service, and you have such amazing quality of that. And we were like, oh, nice to know that. So yeah, okay, we are turning on that stuff, and also I want to change the viewport size. Yeah, monitors, I think that one will be okay, or maybe that one. Yeah. Dexterovsky says, okay, that explains everything. I was wondering what's the point of testing game at 300, 500 millisecond ping. Nobody has such a shitty internet nowadays. Yeah, I think people in New York, New York, LA, etc., might have this situation going on, and those are major cities, right? So yeah, I don't envy them. Okay, and let's of course hook up two clients, and let's turn that on, and let's see. Oh my god, I wanted to have two windows, but okay, we can work with that. So let's see. First, let's find our, oh yeah, here's our second guy, and I can steer, wait, yeah, right now I'm focused on the second window, but steering with my gamepad. Oh, and the gamepad icon showed up on stream. I forgot that I had it set it up. I'm not sure if it works correctly. It works, okay. Nice. So, you know, I can look at visual glitches. Whoa! Yeah, so visual glitch is bad. Do you guys see what I see, or is it like some glitch on my end? That basically we are dealing with the Flash from DC Universe. He's all over the place. I mean, one thing I have to say, the rollback is working, because we see that in such conditions, the prediction is that he is way farther, but at the end he ends up in the correct place. But in the gameplay, when, for example, let's say it is, you know, we are constantly running around and shooting, it's not really acceptable. But as we established, you know, those average conditions are kind of bad conditions. That's the shit that I would see in Apex Legends when, you know, as I said, 60 milliseconds and above, package loss above 1%. That's the gameplay I remember, and it was fucked up, but yeah. The glitch is all over the place. Dexterovsky says, oh, they didn't fix it already? From what I remember, it should work correctly on a listen server plus client, and it should not happen in that case. Yeah, I mean, in the readme file, let's get back to that, they were saying that, where the hell was it? Limitations. About the sim proxy. Where the hell is this? Yeah, animation of sim proxy example characters. But they are talking about animation. Oh yes, forward prediction sim proxy characters. That's what they were meaning. Because right now we are simulating, as Dexterowski pointed out, it will be better on listen server and client. We will test it out in a second. But right now the character is moving on his own and sending all the input information towards the server. The server simulates it and sends the simulation data to another character, another player, and this other player cannot predict anything, right? So there will be errors. But also we didn't do the thing that they said to check in the project settings first. So let's try to do that before I jump into, listen server. Project settings, network prediction. Let's go there. Edit, project settings, network prediction, yes. Preferred ticking policy, fixed. Server ticks clients independently, the client input command rate, and fixed. Okay, we have it fixed. Simulated proxy network LOD, interpolated. What do we have? And we have forward predict. Let's change it to interpolated. We'll see how that will change. Replicated manager class override. Huh? Okay. Network prediction, enable fixed tick smoothing, true. Enable fixed tick smoothing, we're setting to true, as they said. This will have mover object simulating at fixed rate, which is different than variable rendering frame rate. The smoothing option provides visual compensation. Without it, you may feel like the movement simulation is rougher than the camera movement or skeletal animation. Let's test this theory, but let's also look at this stuff. What is this? Ah, the debug. Okay, items. Oh, it's nice that they added a way to like somehow create this debug HUD that we will look into later. Fixed. We can also change the fixed tick frame rate. Yeah, because 60 is a lot. Like, I remember when playing Apex Legends, there was a whole blog post from EA's network engineer, or should I say Respawn network engineer, when he was explaining why he won't be turning on 60 tick frame rate, fixed tick frame rate for Apex, and why they are running on, I think, 24 if I remember it correctly, because it costs a lot on the server side of things, right? But let's see right now how that will behave. Let's first find ourselves. Okay, here we are. And why it doesn't remember? Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, whatever. And we'll be moving in here. It is better. There is still, and we are still running on dedicated server. There's still, of course, lag, etc. But the smoothing works way better. And now I understand why they didn't set it as default and they set it to readme. Or at least that's my, expectation. That you play around with it, you see all that choppy movement, and you're like, what the fuck they did? And then you read the readme and you turn that on and you're like, oh, okay. Now it's way better. And it is. So I guess the laugh is on us. We thought that they didn't fix it. They did. And they kind of forced us to learn how to set up the project for that. Which I guess I have to say it is ingenious to force us, to, deal with it up front, right? And let's see how it will look when I will be walking around, on gaps. But it should, work all right. Oh, I fall down and I cannot escape this. Great. Okay. let's get in here. Let's type in ghost. And the ghost doesn't work. And I think I should have known that, because ghost and walk and fly are connected to the character movement component. So let's find out mover dot what do we have here in order to turn the no clip on, basically. Because I want to get out of the situation. I know I could just, end the session and start anew, but I want to see, if this was a real game, and I don't want to turn off the whole game just to, test something. How can I get out of the situation? Mover. Okay. So ghost, walk, and fly don't work here, and I don't have an option of turning ghost mode on. Okay. That would be lovely to have, but whatever. Oh, and they're even telling you here, without readme file, hey, start with this project settings, right? Which is right in your face, which is telling that I didn't see it even. I have a tendency to, sometimes stare at something and not see the tree for the forest, or however is, the saying goes. But yeah, those settings are great. And jumping kinda, there's of course latency, but the smoothing and I end up in the same exact place. Okay. That's great, but right now, let's test the bad network condition, right? Let's see that. Because we have errors? Not enough login credentials. Login credentials. The EOS went way too far. Okay, play. Let's try to simulate their average, not average, bad, and everyone is having a bad time. Client is trying to play in his house while his spouse is watching something on Netflix in 4K, of course, and two kids are playing Fortnite in the other room. And the guy is trying to play his own game, and the server is also having a bad time. Let's see how that will perform. And we're living in, USA. Let's try this situation. Why do you not remember this window size? Yeah, of course the lag is here, but the smoothing works still great. I gotta say, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But we will see with the enhanced pawn, where there are dash actions, etc., how that behaves. Because right now this is like a regular movement. Oh, let's look at that guy. Because right now let's show the correction. I think there was like a command to show the corrections. Mover. Show corrections. I guess you have to go with 1. And nothing shows up, at least when we're looking at AI. But what if we're looking at no debug? Okay, I'm not sure how to turn that on yet, but we'll figure that out later. Yeah, let's take the enhanced pawn with both players. Now the other guy will go. Okay, gamepad. We can fly. The vault is face button. I didn't read it through. That's dash. Okay, let's see how dash performs. Yeah, animation-wise, animation doesn't even turn on. From what I can see, it is on our end that we see the animation when we are steering the character, but on the client side of things, the move is so fast that the animation doesn't even turn on. We just see him, you know, just moving left to right. We don't see the actual ability animation going on, right? We also have fly, I think. That animation actually works. So I guess for abilities with quick movements, such network conditions are super messed up. We'll test it, you know, in a second with the better frame rate, better lag, of course. And what else did we have here? Show me the... We have ADS, okay. ADS doesn't have any... and zipline and crouch. Okay, so we have this. Yeah, it actually... Works quite alright. And it is bad network conditions. For Europe, it is basically broken internet conditions, right? And we are connected to the dedicated server. So in the listen server setup, it should be way better. Okay, and we also had zipline. So let's position ourselves to observe the zipline. And vaulting. Yeah, let's observe the vaulting. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's steer that character and let's turn on 2 new editor windows. Yeah, great. Usually when I work with Unreal Editor, it remembers the sizes at which I left the windows open. But whatever. Okay, let's go for... Oh no. What the hell is going on right now? Okay, and let's take the other character. For some reason, the extended pawn behaves better with those delay than the regular animated mani pawn. Teksterovsky says, for around 1400 milliseconds overall, client plus server, it looks perfect for me. Yeah, I have to agree. For such amazingly bad conditions simulated here, it works. I am superbly impressed. The fact that, you know, during dashes I don't see animation, fuck that, I can still play, right? If this was a shooter, I could still aim at the guy and try to shoot at him, right? Or whatever other game, PvP game, right? So I am beyond impressed, actually, how the smoothing works here. I am impressed. So there is a big reason to use mover component. We observed it right now. Yeah, okay, let's go to those zip lines. I expect there to be animation error, but for, as Teksterovsky says, for around 400 milliseconds, 1400 milliseconds of bad network condition, it is acceptable, beyond acceptable. Okay, we are pressing E. Actually, animation is decent. It is way decent. Okay, now let's look at vaulting. How do you vault over this? I forgot. The only thing I wish they kind of change around here. What? I cannot take another extended pawn? Fuck me. Okay, I have it now. Is that I wish those controls would stay on screen way longer. How to vault? Left shift. Okay. Let's look at vaulting. All right. Okay, animations are messed up, but as it was explained in the README, and as we understand it, for such situation, it will just happen, right? But the fact is that the movement is correct, delayed by correct, and smoothed out. The character doesn't, you know, jitter around the screen like a Flash from DC Universe. Wow. I am super impressed. I am super impressed. Enable, disable trail tracking? Oh. Okay, but I wish those debugs worked for console. Okay, we'll explain console commands later. Leksterowski says, but I have CMC, character movement component, with custom movement code and behaves almost identical, and there's no corrections at all. Oh, nice. Nice. I guess, you know, if someone already did the work with the character movement component and added, you know, custom movement code, etc., they might not see the need, there might not be a need to, you know, use mover component in such situation, right? Maybe other actors in the game might benefit from mover component, and those two things can work together. You can have a character, you know, player characters working on CMC and some AIs working on mover or whatever, right? You can always combine it. But of course, there are those drawbacks that, you know, they written about in README, and, you know, it might not be acceptable for your project, right? But still, it is nice to, you know, look at where things are heading. Okay, what else can we explore here for such bad conditions? Gaps we saw, descent zone. I'm not. Oh my! What the hell was going on here? Okay. Okay, let's see how it looks for the other character. Okay. So it is showing us how we are going through such objects, right? Because on server we already moved over here. Okay, okay. That's super interesting case. Let's see how the whole smoothing and movement works for being on the moving platforms and jumping between them. Yeah, that's what I expected. Platforming for such, you know, bad conditions is straight up impossible. Between moving platforms. It's just... After correction, it turns out that, you know... Yeah. And combining it with dash, man. Okay, but that was as expected for such bad conditions, you know. Surface sliding, yeah. We are sliding. That's correct. Let's look how although teleportation should look alright, but we will see. Yeah. Let's look at the whole sliding. I expect the correction to kick in a little bit, but no, it actually looks smooth as fuck. For some reason, non-nanite making job is overflowing on this level, which is funny because there's almost nothing visually intensive on this level, but whatever. Maybe it's the character material or something. It's alright. Yeah. Walkable over. Right. Unwalkable ramps. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Let's look at this, how it will look on the second, for this other proxy. Looks alright. Great. Lekserowski, how long did it take you working on your custom movement code to get to, you know, such level without corrections and stuff? I'm interested. Because it always seemed a little bit unpenetrable to me. To get there with the CMC, but you did it, so you know. Obviously, it is possible. And how much, you know, of a custom code you had to create? Like, was it a shit ton? Or just, as you know, slight change here and there? Okay, so what else can we explore here on that level before we jump into other level? Because right now, I mean, I will turn this on for, you know... that's not what I wanted to do. We will turn it on for listen server, just, you know, to make sure that it also works smoothly there. And it's not just dedicated server. And then we will jump into other example levels. Oh yeah, let's see ice rink, of course. Let's start sliding together. What's up, buddy? Oh, it's hard to play with yourself with two hands. The fuck did I say? Okay. It's quite alright. We can see AI going between points in here. Okay. Oh yeah, let's look at stairs and then step up, and then we will switch to listen server. Just do a quick, you know, dash and walking. That's not what I wanted to do. And then let's jump into another map. Let's observe. Looks quite alright, I have to say. And there is character, yeah, collection landmines. Let's try to hit the correction landmine. We'll see what happens. Will I hit at least one? I'm not sure if that is up to snuff because I'm trying to hit the low ones and it's hard. Okay, let's do a step up. It looks alright animation wise. It really looks alright. And here we cannot step up, but we can jump onto this and yeah. Shit, for such bad conditions, it works amazingly. I am beyond impressed with that smoothing code. And I didn't have to write anything on my own, so I like that. I am lazy. Okay, let's go to listen server. Test up the same bad conditions. And let's swap for the extended pawn. Oh, the sir. I guess I was there before. I was there on server before I was myself. That's great. Okay. Yeah, on listen server as expected. It looks good. And on listen server, animation nicely replicates for dashing, which is also expected because our listen server is, you know, simulating it and we are watching it at the same time, right? Let's try this from the server perspective. Yeah, on the client, as expected, there will be no animation. So the listen server will have the best experience for anyone out there that is trying to use Mover for that. Okay, okay. Let's see the zip line, and then we will jump into another level. How do you? No, on the gamepad. Right. RB. When client is doing it, of course, we have on the listen server perfect situation, but let's look at the listen server from the client's perspective. Yeah, the animation will be rough as expected, but it gets the job done. The same with like vaulting. Yeah, as expected. Oh my god, I want to observe that. So the listen server once again will have animations, etc. Okay, that's great. Leksterovsky says, so if I have achieved the same results on CMC with friction manipulations, printing, character pushing, etc., it looks the same as here on Mover. Am I successful? I would say yeah. Yeah. Not only you are successful, but you also gained a lot of knowledge. So, yeah, I would say so. You are you are successful with your implementation. You gained a lot of knowledge, how to do it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's jump into other levels. Based movements. What was that? Okay, let's get back to the README file. What they were saying I should go next. To layered moves. Okay. Let's go into layered moves. What do we even have here? Okay, this is toggle. Ah, yeah, I remember this level. It wasn't really working for me that much, so I never really tested it out. Maybe it is working right now. Yeah, let's still preview the dedicated server and those bad conditions because it really looks amazing. But before I lose my sanity, I think I misclicked somewhere for the new viewport resolution is, you remember this? That's great, but for multiplayer, I want to set multiplayer. Yeah. Or let's just, copy paste it. Thank you. Now. Oh yeah, I need to focus on one window. What do we want to observe? Let's observe this jump impulse. I don't know what the hell is this, but let's go there. Ah, it's just jump. Okay. It automatically jumps. Multi-jump. 2 jumps in the air. Huh? Okay. Jump 2. I'm not really sure what it is, so I will look into this volume and we will see what the hell is this doing. Okay. Set velocity to 0. Oh, let's look at that over the network. Let's look at that. Because sometimes in games, you need to, for gameplay reasons, set velocity to 0, and that's where the shit fucking goes haywire, right? So let's see how it behaves over the network. Nexterovsky says, but I think when I'll get playable and smooth physics objects interaction on characters, then I will be successful. Yeah, but those things are hard. Smooth physics objects interactions on characters. Yeah, these things are super hard. I wouldn't even know where to start besides, just turning it on and see what fucks up and try to debug it. It is hard. And did we stop at the same place? Yes, we did. Correction worked great. Residual velocity settings. Clamp velocity. Okay. So it is artificially clamping our velocity, even though the movement would dictate that we should go faster. And maintain constant velocity. Okay. It also looks great. At least for this demo presentation, it behaves way better than in 5.4. Okay, what is the toggle push and pull? Nothing really happened. Ah, it doesn't allow me to get in. Okay. And if I go in here, current pull. Okay. Yeah, it also looks smooth. Step into the area to activate move to dynamic. Ah, so I will be following this dynamic guy, right? Okay, how it looks. Let's see. Okay, looks fine. Let's get to this object, to this testing area. I remember that there was a node for move too, when you are saying where to move and it automatically takes care of the business. And if you add some animations on top of that, we could have actually something working, but those animations might not replicate correctly, as it was stated before. But actually, if it is, some kind of ability like that, maybe we could make it work. Launched layer move. Okay, so I expect it to go like this, and jump like that. Okay. So moves are getting layered on top of each other, and it looks quite alright. This is basically a trampoline. That's nice. And linear velocity. Okay. That's not that exciting, but... Yeah, but if you get the playable and smooth physics objects interaction and characters, and you know it will work nicely, then you are already on such level of possible sandboxy gameplay that you know it might be the next big thing, like Humans Fall Flat, if I remember correctly. That this is the one that made so much money. But yeah, if you know we could have working physics over the network in a very fun way, oh my god, the games that will come out. Okay, so that's that level. I wanted to see one thing. How did they... What is going on in this? It's just a static mesh? But no, it isn't. Jump to static mesh, and there is... These are just static meshes without any logical component. Then how the fuck does it automatically jump right up? Is it based on tag? Tag. Nope, it doesn't feature any tags. But they are using overlap. It is just a instance static mesh actor. No tag, it's overlapping. Ah, yeah, level blueprint. Dexterowski says, check in the level blueprint. You're right. Open level blueprint. You're right. I so rarely script anything in the level blueprint because at the day job, when you are working with the open world, basically scripting in level blueprint is a nightmare because you cannot rely on objects being there because they are constantly streamed in and streamed out. So you basically have nothing in level script, or you should have nothing. But you're 100% right. Yeah, that's how they are doing all those things. Jump, layer moves, etc. Yeah. I forgot about level blueprint at all. So that's where it is. Okay, so how they do it actually? Mover component, yeah, they are getting the component, checking whether it is locally controlled and has authority. Of course. They're getting the goal, make layer move to, yeah. Duration. Yeah. Ain't none to it, really. Just take the mover component and queue the new layered move. And I really like this workflow, as I was checking it out last year, that I can just create a new layered move from whatever ability or object in the level, put it as a layer in queue, and then the logic of the mover component, or the way that I want to deal with the new layers, will take care whether the new layered move makes sense or not, and it will be processed or not, right? I like that. Jump, layered move. Yeah, these are the things. Make layered move, jump, impulse over duration. Yep, override velocity, upward speed, blah blah blah. Q layered move. Dexterovsky says, yeah, and this is the case when people should say you should not use the level blueprint. Not the case, never touch the level blueprint. Yeah, I agree. Like, in certain cases, level blueprint scripting makes a lot of sense, right? In the case of an open world game, I would say maybe, I'm not sure, I never checked this kind of workflow, but maybe level instance has its own level blueprint, and then maybe you can script things there, right? If there is a blueprint, because I never really thought about that, because the game that we are working on is so system based that we basically cannot kind of allow for such scripting, right? Because it is so like systematic, etc., etc. But other cases I can totally see, you know, benefits of level scripting. But in the open world environment, when you have reference, at least you should always check if the reference to your object on level is valid, because the object might get streamed out. But I also am not sure if when the streaming in happens, I don't think the reference works anymore, because the object gets a new name, right? So I would use at least tagging system or whatever, right? There's lots of consider when working with the open world games. But if it is a level based game, when you transition from level to level, yeah, why not? If it makes sense for you, sure. Basically, we should always ask ourselves, does it make sense to do given thing, right? And if for our game it makes sense to use level blueprint or mover component, then, you know, why not? Okay, so that's how they did it. They are just queuing mover debug component. Oh, that's something to know, that you have to have mover debug component attached to have debug. That I didn't know. Add mover if there's no, oh, okay. So it adds mover debug component if it doesn't have it there. Then it enables tick, and then it, wow, and so that's maybe why the debug commands didn't work, because the regular many pawn that they gave here doesn't have mover debug component. But now I'm a little bit flabbergasted why they wouldn't include the mover debug code into the mover component. Instead, they switched it into its own stuff. This is the moment where we will jump in code, because I'm questioning this. Let's quickly, I thought I opened the rider. Oh my god, I didn't. I forgot that it always asks you like, oh, is this trusted? Yes, it is. So it didn't index my files, etc. Okay, let's, and I have two open right now. Great. Great management from my end. Okay, so we will look into mover debug component code in a second, because I don't understand why you should do it. There might be a reason, I just don't understand it, right? Usually whenever me and my colleagues and most people I know are adding debug code, we are adding it to regular component. We are just, you know, using a lot of basically checking of the console variables, whether we should print debug information or not, and we are separating it into its own functions. So it will be a little bit cleaner, but we never really relegate, and I never seen such case when we relegate all of the debug code to its own component, because then you have to do something like this when your character might not have the debug component. So that is a little bit weird, I have to say. I never seen such case, but okay. And let's get back to the README file. I will need to take a break in a second to get myself water and some quick snack. Pathfinding movement is focused on demonstrating movement and different AI-driven movement. That's something that I didn't touch upon beforehand because there was no nav walking, no AI-driven situation or anything like this. Let's look into this. Pathfinding movement, we have that. This level looks exactly similar as the one beforehand, but I guess there will be lots of AIs doing one thing. Okay, so we can just explore it at first and selected viewport. Or not. Okay, we have it. We have lots of AIs running around doing something. Chaser. This guy probably will chase me, so let's turn him on at the last possible moment. Let's use the gamepad. So the situation right now is we have the worst possible networking scenario, right? AI is being simulated on the dedicated server, and I am just a client that is observing shit, right? So we have this AI, this yellow funny guy, yellow-blue funny guy that is running around. Let's wait for him here. Because they created an obstacle course for him. Oh, and there's another one. There are two of those here running around. Okay. Okay, there he is. He's going to this point, then he teleports. Then he moves around here. Then he goes here, gets back. Launch. What? That didn't work. Because he didn't jump, actually. Now let's chase this guy. What does he do? He doesn't teleport. He's just running here. Waiting. Okay, that's weird. Okay, there's another blue guy. What is his deal? But why is this guy not using the launching movement, right? Because all those actions are looking okay. Yeah, it looks like the launch ramp doesn't work for him. Okay. Let's chase some another AI. Because there's a lot of them. That guy is weird. Where the hell are you going? Oh, we have guys being on ice rinks. That's actually impressive. Because they have to go towards the given point and they're sliding around. They have to anticipate all of that shit. And it looks quite alright with all those. With such bad network conditions as I do have. That was already working in the other level. What is your deal? Where are you running? There's like lots of random blue AIs that are just walking left and right and that's it. And I don't understand their deal. I thought that maybe some would be, you know, running around here, showing off the slidings, etc. Okay, let's turn on the chaser. How do I turn on the chaser? Okay. He is chasing me. He reminds me of the stupid guy that I made for my game. Okay, let's get into the zipline. Zipline. Will you be chasing me here? Ah, I need to change into extended pawn, of course. Will he change into extended pawn? Not really. And he stopped chasing me. Hey, I'm here. Okay, he stopped chasing me. Do I need to go into here to activate him? Yeah. Ah, yeah, because for him I swapped pawn. Probably he lost reference to me and he just stopped. Okay. Come after me, my dude. And are you able to dash? Not really. But you're able to step into this and turn the debug on yourself. That's actually nice. Okay. Let's turn on the correction. Okay. Let's zipline. He's not able to zipline. Okay. Let's vault. Now correction looked wonky. He's moving over here. Okay. Can you jump? No, he can't. Okay. Follow me to the gaps, my dude. And let's get through these gaps together. What the? Okay, that was weird. Now we are seeing bad network conditions when I'm colliding with the guy. And the collision starts to happen when I dash. And it corrects me because I predicted shit wrong. Because his actual collision was in a different place that I see it. Because he probably already started chasing me. That's nice to actually test it out. But yeah, no amount of smoothing will be able to, in that case, if, you know, I have wrong collision data, unless I'm wrong, maybe, you know, you guys fix this kind of issue. When, oh, actually, that's what I will test on them. Start moving, start moving. Okay, when you will move next, I need to be able to see it. Oh, those two AIs might interact. Yeah, correction because the collision data was not updated. But the correction is not that big, I'll be honest. It is noticeable, but it's not huge. Huh, that is funny. The root motion doesn't work on the chaser, really. It turns on the animation, but, you know, that's it. But it's nice. They showed off, you know, how AI can work with that shit. Okay, but let's look at the construction of those guys. Character. Oh. Wait. So what are you? Because right now it looks kind of funny. Because it shows that it is character motion component, mover component, character mover component. I don't really understand what they are talking about, but okay, let's open the blueprint of him. Path following many pawn. Right. He is animated pawn, of course. Choose next waypoint. Okay, it's not like AI with the behavior tree, etc. It is just using nav mover. Okay, we will look into nav mover right now. Movement capabilities, navigation agent radius, preferred nav data. Oh, okay. Can jump, can crouch. Oh, okay. And that's basically it. Okay. And what are you? Character motion component, mover component, character mover component. Yeah, you are just a regular mover component. Some subset of it, character mover component. Okay, so let's get back in code. I think files should be indexed right now. Not right now, not right now, not right now. And let's open, what was that? Mover debug component. That's what I was interested in, because this component to help display debug information for actors using the mover component. It is expected to be attached to the actor that has mover component. Currently supports trajectory functionality and trailing functionality. It is also used in the gameplay debugger under the mover component. So basically, there is an anticipation, if I am correct, that when you are having a shipping build and your character or any actor that is using mover component, in order for you to debug it on builds, you need to attach mover debug to it with the macro if it is not Unreal shipping version. Okay, that's one way to manage debug capabilities. It's the first time I'm seeing something like that. I mean, there is a pro to it, that you can just put every debug, tool and everything, tooling in this one component, and the mover component doesn't know anything about the way it is being debugged, and you can strip it out as easily, right? From the shipping build. But it requires knowledge from whoever uses mover component to always attach mover debug component with the macro. If not, and the macro is, let me quickly show you. The macro would be, if I remember correctly, like if not UE shipping or something like that, right? So whenever it is actually creating a shipping build, the whole component will get stripped out. It is an idea. Usually, whenever I or other programmers that I met are doing, as I said, debug capabilities, we are adding it to the components itself, because we don't require users of our components to understand that whenever they want to have debug data, they need to add another component. But maybe there's a food for thought for future, that we could have our regular components always attach debug components on non-shipping builds and manage those two things that way. You're paying with memory and additional ticking, but you'll be paying with memory. Yeah, it actually might be a nice pattern. Depending on the context, it might be a nice pattern. Okay, so what they are doing here is just, simulated samples. They are basically having a history and sampling that history and showing that history. Nothing too special. But it is still weird that there's a need to attach it manually and they don't attach this mover debug component, or at least I think so, by hand. I don't know. Let's see how it is being used. Gameplay debugger. If we are turning gameplay debugger, it tries to find the mover debug component, and if it doesn't find it, it automatically adds it. Okay, so they did it that way. Okay. That's also one way of doing it. If you are using gameplay debugger, which I will show off in a second, and you're creating your own category, you can add this debug component that way. Okay, okay. So let's turn on the debug. Gameplay debugger. Let's turn this shit on. Okay. Let me also quickly, I forgot, editor preferences. If you don't want to see this camera thingy, just type in preview in editor preferences and preview selected cameras. And you can just turn that on, off, and that way whenever you're selecting any objects in your outliner or using gameplay debugger, the micro visualization of camera won't show up. Okay, so now we have this. We have the category mover. We are turning on and off categories with the numeric pad. I have to have it attached as an additional keyboard because my keyboard is super small and I don't have numpad. And I bought it only because of, you know, this. And for some reason, yeah, I did well. Once again, let's turn on the gameplay debugger by clicking apostrophe. Let's turn off. There's a delay because I'm on client and I'm clicking categories with my numpad. Those numbers on screen are corresponding to numeric pad. And let's turn on mover. That's it. That's the only thing that we have here. I thought we would have way more. Mode, nav walk. Yes, I forgot. Ayrton Alexis asks, is it an MMO? No, it is Unreal Engine 5. It is Unreal Engine 5 editor, and I'm exploring mover component here. Trying to learn more about it, the new release, etc, etc. So it's not an MMO. Actually, are there any MMOs built with Unreal Engine? Ayrton Alexis says lots of MMOs use Unreal Engine 5. It's not a contradiction. No, I'm not implying contradiction. It's just I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I wasn't aware that MMOs are using Unreal Engine 5. That's great. And I guess, if anyone is making an MMO, they probably could explore using mover component. Ayrton Alexis says, Mortal Online 2, I think PAX Day, there's more, but I can't think. Okay. That's nice, That's nice, that Unreal Engine 5 is MMO, viable. Okay, now, Ashes of Creation uses Unreal Engine 5? Wow, okay, I didn't know that. Okay, now when we have our mover, we see in the upper right corner, let me quickly turn on my flame shot. In the upper right corner here, you can see which actor is actually being debugged right now, and what is this actor's role in the network simulation, right? So we are currently debugging path following money, pawn 5, and it is simulated proxy, as we would expect, right? So we need to change what we are actually debugging, and we can do it by just turning on the console, gdt dot select local player, and it will select our guy, and we will see that it is animated money pawn 2 role autonomous proxy, which is us, and we have way more of debug right now. We see our capsule collision, we see anticipated trajectory or the history trajectory. We see a lot of vectors, active transition, speed. If I were to turn on flying, we will see that our mode changed. I wonder what this blue arrow is. It is our directional input? No, not really. The yellow arrow is our rotation of pawn. Ayrton Alexis asks, have you made any games? Yeah. On my day job, I worked as a C++ gameplay programmer. I've been working in that capacity for the last 10 years. And first I started at Techland, where for the projects that got released, I helped with FIM Speedway Grand Prix 15, and just a smidge I helped with Dying Light 2, but just a tiny smidge. I only got special thanks credits on that. I wouldn't claim anything else. And in Flying Wild Hog, where I worked next, I worked on Evil West. And right now I work for Creepy Jar when we are working on Star Rapture. Arton Alexis says, nice, I've never gone that low level. Yeah, I like C++, but I understand why, you know, people don't like it. There are lots of caveats there, but yeah, that's what I've been working with. And what are you working on right now? Are you working on any games? Are you making any games? And when you're saying you've never gone that low level, I'm wondering what kind of languages did you use? From high level languages. Okay, this is our flying mode and it's debug. Let's look what into mover debug what this blue line is. Let's search for blue in the file. F color blue, yes. Draw all samples used to all this within the world time. Frame of last sample. Draw debug line. Okay. This is our blue. Draw trail, but what is this trail? Draw trail behind the actor. Okay. I'm not really sure what this blue line is right now. It is connected to the trail, right? Of, you know, all rolled back samples, if they are reasonably flashed, etc. Yeah, that one I understand, right? The whole line that is going behind us. And in front of us, right? All the rollback samples. But the line, is it just the rollback, you know, direction? Kinda. We're taking sample and its location and the offsets up and down. Okay. Oh. So it's just like the rolled back direction of the trail. Yeah, because it does follow it rather nicely. Okay. Ayrton Alexis says, I use Godot. I'm working on 2 games at the moment. Nice, nice. GD script. I used Unity before too. GD script, yeah, from what I saw, it is kind of resembling Python. At least that's what some of my friends that are working with Godot are saying. And Godot is on the rise. And I like that because Unity fucked up way much with the licensing issue last year or 2 years ago. So yeah, Godot. I want to, you know, jump into Godot sometime in the future. It would be lovely, you know, just to expand my horizons. What kind of games are you working on right now? If you are allowed to say, of course. If it is, you know, a mystery, then by all means, keep it a mystery, right? But I'm wondering, like, what genres, etc. Ayrton Alexis says, I love Godot, super lightweight. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. Like, sometimes, you know, I work on my day job in Unreal Engine. Here I also work with Engine. Sometimes I turn on the project and I have to wait so long for things to, you know, turn on, etc. And sometimes I'm thinking, man, I kind of would love to just, you know, work on something with Godot because it is so lightweight. It is so much faster, etc., etc. Like, it would be nice to, you know, try my hand once again at it because I used to use Unity for game jams, but after all that fiasco with licensing, you know, I never looked back at Unity. Ayrton Alexis says, an auto battler idle RPG and one tower defense kind of game. Oh, you're speaking my language. I wanted to get into auto battlers idle RPG, auto battlers idle RPGs. I think I have a couple of them on Steam ready to play because I was interested in that genre. It seems super fun. And I love tower defenses, man. I love tower defenses. How far along are you? Are you in prototyping phase? Beta or something? Okay, so this is all the debug I have, I guess, for mover component. Let's once again try to find for mover debug. Show corrections. One, I'm not sure. Like, it doesn't show anything. Okay, so that one doesn't really work. Disable root motion attributes. No. Log anim root motion steps. Okay. Let's get into the anim root motion thingy in here. Doesn't really show anything. Oh, there's a link from Ayrton Alexis. Let me quickly check it out. Ayrton Alexis says, that's me right now. I made a Twitch integrated tower defense for my first PC games. With Twitch integration. Nice, nice. Let me pull it up so everyone can see. Oh, nice, nice. Good environment to, you know, work on your game right now. Let me tell you that. Nice, outside, on the laptop. Nice. I like it. And the game looks fun. For prototype, it has graphics, etc., right? Just doing some playtesting on my smoke break. Nice, nice. No, I like those graphics. Do I see it correctly that his name is Arsassin? I like that. Arsassin. Nice. Ayrton Alexis says, yeah, it's got quite a bit to it. Please tell me about it. Like, what is your hook on that? Dexterowski says, question from me to Ayrton. What six do you smoke? That's the question from Dexterowski to you, Ayrton Alexis. It's coming from YouTube. Ayrton Alexis says, I just added an online marketplace yesterday. Whoa! So you can sell items to other players. Whoa, that's quite fucking advanced, I have to say. I just wanted a game I could play while I worked. I feel you. I feel you. I've been wondering, like the last week on Friday, I was waiting for compilation to happen, and it took like 2 minutes. I was thinking I could be just, you know, playing some idle stuff or doing turns in turn-based game, right? Okay, can I turn any kind of stuff from console? Orientation, draw length. Okay, I can change that. Show corrections, show trail, etc. Mover, local player, show corrections. Yeah, let's try that command at least. Okay, I don't understand those things. Mover, local player, show trail, trajectory. Let's turn that off. Will it turn it off? It actually turned something on. Is it toggleable? Okay, so these are my, if it is mover dot local player dot something, show trail, it will start showing trail of my move locally. So we can actually observe the difference between the correction samples and what I do locally. Okay. Ayrton Alexis answers Dexterowski about the six. I grow my own weed and I smoke that. I use Pablo Blues as tobacco in my spliff. And then Dexterowski answers, oh my fucking god, how are you able to think after smoking weed? Yeah, that's my question exactly. So I feel sometimes if I have a rough night, you know, not slept well, I already have, my brain barely functions. I cannot imagine coding, scripting, or, you know, doing any development work after weed. So, you know, hats off to you, first of all, that you are able to work like that. And the question stands, how are you doing that? Mover, okay, let's explore more. P mover physics. Ah, but it's only when we are using physics-based character. Okay, so those questions, those comments we'll probably try out on the physics-based level. Okay, so there's not that much to debugging here right now. We can only, watch those trails. We can see mode map, and we can see which mode we are in, what speed do we have, what velocity. That's kind of it, really. That's kind of it. Okay, so let's turn off the gameplay debugger. And let's turn off mover, local player, I think show trail. Yeah, okay, we turned off all of the debugging informations. Okay, another question for code that I had was for path following many, what is nav mover and character motion component? Because it is like a subclass for mover component. Let's see what it's all about. Ayrton Alexis says, I feel like it slows my thoughts down and allows me to focus. Ah, okay, yeah, it reminds me of talking with a couple of friends that I know that, for example, not only wheat, but sometimes, beer or even coffee, for them it's more like, okay, it allows them to focus way better on the topic. And some of them might have ADHD or any other ADD, and some of them don't have that. It's just for some reason it allows them to like tune out the noise around. But for me, it's actually the other way around. Like if I ever tried anything, right, or even drink anything with caffeine in it, it actually turns the noise up, if you know what I'm saying. Like it makes me lose focus way more. Like everything is distracting to me instantly. So I have the reverse of what you're having, Arton Alexis. Dexterovsky asks, ADHD? Yeah, that's the thing. Like I heard rumor about that when people have ADHD, it goes that way for them. But I know people that don't have ADHD, as I said, and and they even were trying to see if they have. Like they went for the diagnosis, and it turns out they didn't have it, and they still it still works like that for them, right? So I don't know if that's always the case, right? But yeah, I know that lots of people have this kind of effect with the substances, that it allows them to focus. Some of them have, like me, when it's the other way around, it turns the noise up, right? All those unwanted thoughts, etc. It's fascinating, really. Ayrton Alexis says, I've heard the rumors too, but I don't feel like the symptoms of ADHD really fit with me. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be one-to-one, right? It can just be a strong correlation and that's it, right? And yeah. Yeah, I've just been pondering about, how much medical bullshit is online and whether we should cut the discussion right now because someone might treat it as, some medical stuff when we are just talking real here. But no, let's talk about it. That's some real shit. It's real game dev. Lots of people in game development have ADHD, are on neurodiversity spectrum, etc. It's a part of that whole shit, right? But don't treat anything that we are talking about here as medical advice, please, for the legal issues. Dexterovsky says, my girlfriend probably has ADHD, but there is a medicine for it. Weed or alcohol is not real solution for it, I think. I'm not a doctor, but yeah, I guess, for anyone who feels like they have ADHD symptoms and they are going for diagnosis, please, talk with proper specialists, medical specialists about that, right? They will, guide you into the best solution. And I guess this also heavily depends on the country, because me and Dexterovsky, we are speaking from the position of being from the country within European Union. But in the USA, at least from what I understand, the medical situation is fucked up and there are lots of doctors that are corrupted, paid off by specific companies that are selling specific drugs. So that's why people are turning to homegrown weed, etc. The whole shebang of fuckery. I think I saw Ben Jordan's document about that, how fucked up it is, so, you know, in the old USA about that. So if you are watching from that country, you know, try to find the best solution, the best doctor there is, right? But yeah, but the first step is would be to get diagnosis, because there are lots of people that are exhibiting traits of ADHD, but then it turns out that they don't have ADHD after diagnosis. It's just that were a couple of things while they were developing children that influenced them in such way that they do have those traits. Like, for example, I remember talking with my therapist about one of my friends having an ADHD, and telling his symptoms and how, in what way his thoughts, what pathway his thoughts were going. And I was thinking, like, man, it's the exact same for me. It must mean that I have the ADHD. And I asked my therapist about it, and she said, okay, we will see that. If, you know, if the therapy will be working in such way that the symptoms will be alleviated, then most probably you don't have it and there is no need for diagnosis. But if we try everything and nothing works, we will go for diagnosis, right? And it turned out after years that no, it's just, you know, a couple of things in my life happened when I was a kid, etc., that made me have a trait that is similar, but there's no biological component to it, right? It's just, you know, developmental stuff when you are a kid and environment affects you in a specific way, right? And, you know, regular therapy helped with a lot of shit, right? Ayrton Alexis says, I think ADHD and autism is way overdiagnosed and self-diagnosed these days. I think people are trying to find security and self-esteem in labels, but you will be the only you ever, and that is the only label you need. Yeah, there is, I can only speak, you know, from my country experience that, for example, right now autism is overdiagnosed, but there's a reason for that, because that's fucked up in my country. There are specific, how to call it, problems that a child can have that, for example, don't have health insurance coverage, right? Or any kind of donations, right? So what happens is doctors know that, for example, okay, this kid has a very specific disability, right? But the parents won't get any help from country if, you know, he will be diagnosed with that specific disability. So we will, you know, assign so-called child autism to the person, right? To the child, so the parents can get money to get help, right? So this is, you know, more like a problem on the political side of things, or law side of things in Poland. And there's also another thing going on with it, that because some people are claiming autism when they don't have it, it creates a worse situation for people that do actually have autism, right? Because there are lots of misconceptions, etc. There's like a whole topic. I could do a whole stream about that, because I've been learning about this topic recently a lot for personal reasons. But yeah, there's lots of shit online connected to it, that if you know people that have autism or are connected to this topic, it pisses them off, because, you know, there's lots of fake bullshit out there that is actually creating a bad situation for people that do have diagnosis, either ADHD or autism, right? So, and I think in every country you can find situations like that. But let's get back to Mover plugin, because we can go on that tangent for the next 2 hours straight. But yeah, let's get to the Mover plugin in here. Yeah, there's lots of topics connected to that. I have personal connection to this. I can attest to that. And there's a lot of good resources, lots of help for people with disabilities, right? But there's also lots of, especially online, people that are just, you know, creating an influence grind from the topic, and it pisses me off, because that creates a bad situation for people actually affected, right? Okay, let's finish with that. Maybe a quick break. I will get water because I can go on the rant for the next 2 hours with that stuff. So I'll be back. I'll quickly get my water up and I'll be back. I'm back with fresh water. Ethan Alexis, I got a question about Godot because I was wondering about it. How is the networking situation in Godot? Like, is it hard to use to create networking games in Godot? Do they have nice interfaces, etc.? Do they support dedicated servers, for example, or do you have to create your own code for that? How is your networking? How is networking experience with Godot? Meanwhile, I will check out character motion component. Character motion component. Okay, and what is this? The piece that ties everything together that we use to register with network prediction system. It's some struct, actually a class. Wait, hold up. Okay, never mind. Character motion max speed. Oh, there are new console variables here. Request mispredict. Okay. But what are you? Actor component for running character motion. Character motion component, base movement component, network prediction. So it's not. Okay, there's the whole new topic opened right in front of our eyes. Then what is nav mover? Nav mover component. Nav mover component. Okay, there's like that thing is not in the README, if I remember correctly, right? They are only talking about demonstration of nav walking, but if we are to search for, there's only nav mover component. This is a component meant to house navigation movement specific settings and functionality. It is designed to live alongside the mover component attached to the same actor. Okay, but this guy only has nav mover and character motion component. But I guess. Wait, okay, I'm lost in the weeds a little bit here. Arton Alexis answers about the Godot networking experience. I think they've got tools for it to be easy. I made a card game and used Steam Network, but my other games aren't really networked like that. Oh, okay, but it already has like integration with the Steam. Okay, okay, that's nice, that's nice. That's nice. And did you work on any 3D games with Godot? Because, you know, Godot is famously known for great support for 2D games, but I was wondering about 3D games making experience. I know that there are some, but I always wondered whether it is on par with the 2D support. Meanwhile, I will try to make any kind of understanding what the character motion component is, because I was thinking that, yeah, character motion component is a sub class of mover component that is specialized for some reason with the character motion, but I stand corrected because it is based on base movement component. This essentially has the generic group for selecting an updated component and moving it along the world. It is an abstract that you still need to define which simulation that component runs via instance network simulation. And it is inheriting from network prediction component, which is, so my question is, where the hell is mover component in all of that? Am I stupid or something? But I do have selected character motion component here. And it looks like a mover component. What the hell is going on in here? And it doesn't even look like mover component that I know. It only initializes network prediction proxy. Wait. Hold on a second. It automatically tries to find the old character. Okay, so it turns on the old character movement component. Okay. Set replicating movement. False. Okay. Then it does a lot of... Okay, actually it does nothing. Where the mover component part comes in, there's like begin lab, there's produce input, which is a method that is connected to the mover component, but produce input delegate, okay, yeah. Restore frame, finalize frame, initialize simulation state, updated component. I guess the updated component is the component that is the mover component. Active movement simulation. Okay, so as you can see, if I were to right now be like, oh yeah, let's create my own AI that is using nav mover and mover component, I would be kind of fucking lost right now, because I am looking at this example and I'm like, okay, there's animated many, right? That has mover examples character in it, right? It has get mover component character movement component. So that's what I need to create. Wait, hold up a second. Is it just the case of weird naming? Character mover component. I gotta be honest, that's not the best naming. I don't like to be negative, but there's something called right now, which I thought was a subclass of mover component, called character motion component, and there is character mover component. Now, at the face value, looking at those two names, it is super confusing, because character motion component doesn't really move the character, but instead it is, as they said, the glue that connects to underlying networking prediction. Proxy. And then we have character mover component, which is a subclass for mover component that is kind of specialized for characters. It has already like is crouching, is falling, and you know, those implementations ready for you, so you don't have to redo them on your own, right? But man, was it confusing. At the point I was thinking right now that I'm losing my mind a little bit, because I'm looking at it and look at this shit. Character motion component, in parentheses mover component, and in another parentheses character movement component. And character motion component is not a character mover component. You can get crazy with it. Okay. So the mover component is mover component, interaction motion component that hosts this struct that contains the simulation state types and the driver for our simulation also needs to be added in. This is the simulation, the correct. Oh my god, this is. I feel like this character motion component is a little bit undercooked because of its name also, and I don't understand how it connects really, even looking at the code. Because it initializes network prediction proxy, okay, yeah. It creates that, right? And saves that. And then it in its whole network prediction proxy. But where does it connect to the mover component? If that's the glue that glues those things together. Is it the updated component? Not really. That probably should be the actor's root component. And there's not, okay, it writes into network prediction proxy our auxiliary states, etc. I feel like I need to take a little snack. I need more energy to understand this. Ayrton Alexis answers about my question about Godot's 3D experience, right? Yeah, the 3D is okay. I've seen others use it. 2D is the shine for me though. Okay. I was thinking, I don't have time for that, unfortunately. But I was thinking about just to learn Godot that I should attend Game Jam, not knowing anything about Godot, jump in, make a like 2D game and see what's up with that. But that would mean getting some whole free weekend just for that, which at this day and age for me is, super hard. But yeah, and also I saw that Slay the Spire 2 is made on Godot, which I was like, oh, they're ditching Unity. That will send, waves around the development community to ditch Unity a little bit. Ayrton Alexis says, I skipped game jams and went straight to Steam. That's also a way. That's also a nice way. I used to like game jams when, I was still a student, etc. And I remember one crazy weekend that right now, if I did it, it would break me physically. But because I was like 24 years old, I could just do it. When I had to go to work at weekend, full 8-hour work, then go. No, sorry. For the whole week, I had to go for work, not only for 8 hours, but there was a little bit, overtime there. And I was also still studying, so I was going for some lectures and exercises in the late evening or during the day. Then the weekend I went for Game Jam, and I had to work on Sunday. So after doing the whole Game Jam without sleeping on Sunday, I was going to work, still working, and on the Monday I had to go to work and then to classes, etc., etc. And right now, being 33, I'm thinking, how the hell did I attempt that? It is the strength of the youth, right? Because right now, if I would do, like 10% of that craziness, I would feel, physical pain. The things we do when we are 20-year-old, right? Okay, so character motion component is something weird for me that you have to add to your. Looking at this, you have to add to your character. in order for it to connect. But that's weird because it's showing me that this component is a character motion, but then it says that it is actually character mover. Native component main mover. It's why? Okay, let me see one thing. Does it have like some override that it changes the name of the component, displayed name of the component? Not really. I don't understand why it shows up like that. But it looks like you have to have character motion component in order to connect to the networking proxy, right? Of course, you have to have mover component. Because it is a character, it has character mover component. And you show backend class in here. It is component that is a character mover component, but the variable name is character motion component, and there is a character motion component class. It is a mess. That's why it's experimental. Because right now I'm actually confused whether you have to have character motion component or you can just forgo. I have no idea. Here it is also just a character mover component, but named character motion component for reasons unknown. Because the variable here is named character motion component and it points to character mover component, and there's also character motion component. Basically the lesson here, guys, is if you have a variable with some name, don't introduce another class that has nothing to do with it that has the same name as your variable, because then you get a guy like me that is using your code and it's trying to make heads or buts of the whole thing and it's like super confused right now. But we have a pointer here in this example character for nav mover. Let's look at the nav mover, because that one is actually way more interesting than whatever confusion we were witnessing in the second ago. And I can already tell you that it will be a 2 or 3-parter live stream for the next Sunday and the Sunday after that, because we're just scratching the surface right now. We are stuck with the example about AI, and there's a lot more to consider, like the physics example one, right? Like they also said in their product board. Let me show you. Unreal Engine 5 product board that I also didn't touch upon, which I also want to look at. Where is this? Let's grab it to the main screen. Mover. Yeah. It is also said that they added lots of animation support, especially for motion matching, and I want to explore that. And I'm sure as hell won't be exploring. I won't be able to explore this on today's stream, because right now we are stuck with looking at AI. Or AI. Actually, it's not really AI. It is just because it doesn't feature either state tree or behavior tree. It has very scripted logic of just choosing next waypoint and moving the pawn around. For patrolling, choosing actors, etc. But it still is using navigation data, which actually right now I'm thinking it's an ingenious way of showing how to work with navigation mover without the whole setup of behavior tree or state trees. So kudos to them, but I got beef with creating a component that is named character motion component and naming your variable in character the same name as this other component, which actually uses a completely different component. Woo! Okay, let me grab a quick snack and I'll be back in a second. Thank you, Dexterovsky. Dexterovsky says unmute your mic. I muted it going for a snack. And I started talking. What was I saying? Ah, yeah. I got a question for Ayrton Alexis about the releasing on Steam and Steam experience. Like, how is it for you? Like, do you have already your developer account with Steam? Are there good Steamwork resources for fresh indie devs like that? Because even though I've been 10 years in the game, I never been on the clicking things through Steam side of things, right? I always only develop C++ code, so I am wondering about that. And I also been wondering, I have another stream series going on in here when I'm developing my, or right, to be exact, prototyping my game. And I've been wondering whether I could stream clicking through Steamworks, or would it break Steam NDA and will result in a ban? Ah, yeah, you got 2 releases on Steam, of course. Of course, sorry. Brain fart. And so, how was your experience with that? Do they provide good enough documentation, etc.? Arton Alexis says, experience has been easy. They can be pedantic in their reviews, but otherwise it's great. Oh. That's great to hear. I do wonder if I would get to the point of, hey, I can, release some beta or whatever on Steam for that game that I'm working on in here. Could I stream all of the clicking through Steam experience? Because that would be cool. Ayrton Alexis says, I only really started GameDev May last year. Oh, nice! So you already released more games by yourself than me. And I've been at it 10 years. Dexterovsky says, what? Steam already reviews the games that are getting published to Steam? Ayrton Alexis says, so it's definitely simple enough for me to understand. Okay, okay. So that's nice. I've been freelance in media for 14 years. Oh, god damn. God damn. So what are you doing in media as a freelancer? Okay, snack eaten. Let the sugar work its way for a quick snack before the actual dinner later or lunch. Mainly video, Ayrton Alexis answers my question. Mainly video production, but everything. Okay, okay. Dexterovsky says, you started GameDev last year and you already published 2 games? Lol, in the last year I implemented only basic stuff to my game. Yeah, I'm also, full of praise. And oh, for Ayrton, 10 years in the game and I never released, I never finished a single game that I started doing on my own, right? I had lots of projects that started and ended quickly, etc. So I am in awe. Ayrton Alexis says, years of project management. Did you freelance for any kind of company that we might have heard of or something? I'm not, that knowledgeable about media, so I might come off as a little bit, ignorant. So if that's the case, pardon me for asking, possibly weird questions, but I just don't know the landscape of media at all, of working in media like that. So that's why I'm asking such questions. I hope that's all right with you. Alexis says, lots and lots of client work. Very practiced in making releasable products instead of perfect products. Yeah, that's the thing that lots of developers have, both indie and big AAA. It was nicely talked about by the NoClip crew, especially Jeremy from their I forgot the name of the channel, but they have like another channel when they're discussing stuff. And Jeremy from NoClip decided to learn more about game development by trying game development. And he said that basically the biggest enemy for him was trying to achieve perfection with any idea instead of like going for releasable project, right? And how he constantly heard from other developers like, no, just focus on finishing simple projects, right? That will make you a better developer. Instead, he was, trying to chase how to make the given idea even better and even better. And then, he realized, yeah, no, they were right. You need to start simple and, focus on finishing, etc., etc. So yeah, and even AAA companies sometimes have like, okay, this asset or gameplay mechanic is good enough, right? But then, no, you know what? Let's dedicate another 3 years to doing something with that. And then it releases in actually worse state than it was 3 years ago. So that's, chasing our own tails. We are guilty of that constantly. I have like the stream series going on here connected to game design, where I'm trying to learn more about game design, but at the same time, if something is, all right for the prototype, I try not to focus too much on that, and it is a challenge, I have to say. Arton Alexis says, you're fine, ask me anything. Yeah, I work for companies you probably know. Okay. I guess NDA prohibits you from, naming people. I respect that completely. But man, already 2 releases on Steam. Hats off to you. Release stuff is fine to share, says Ayrton Alexis. It's public. Okay, and there's an Instagram link. Let me click through it. And maybe let's pull it up. Let's see. There's like a whole video. Oh no, I cannot play audio because Twitch copyright shit. Yeah. Okay, so you're Land Rover. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's definitely something that we've heard about. You're saying it won't get copyrighted, but let me tell you, 2 streams ago I got copyright mute for the beats that I made myself, right? So because I was using a publicly, sample library, etc. So I'm a little bit afraid. I made the song. Yeah, I also made the song, and I got copyrighted, for that stuff. Your has no samples. Okay, let's try. If I'll get copyright mute, then we will know. But I need to turn off the mic, I guess, for that. Because it will... Nice music. Okay. So definitely, companies that we heard of. Okay. No, nice work. So yeah, as you said, you have experience in making releasable product. Okay. Let's look into this nav mover component. I guess that's what we'll be doing for the next hour, just to understand how, for example, use navigation information with mover component, because that is important. Because as Dexterowski said on today's stream, people were lamenting about lack of AI support, and they added it in. So let's look through that. Ayrton Alexis says, I want to go full-time game dev. Yeah, it's certainly possible, for sure. I like what Thor from Pirate Software said about transitioning from one job to full-time game development. Depending on what you're trying to do, whether you're trying to go indie or are you trying to get recruited by some other company, etc. There are different ways of doing that, because with just joining the company, you know, you can send in your resume with your samples of your work and your scripts, etc., etc. But if you want to go full-time game dev on indie sites, then a different route would be better. Arton Alexis says, indie, I've always been self-employed. I don't think I'm very employable. Okay. So you probably know exactly what you're doing and how to get there. I was born in South London and have a strong attitude, Arton Alexis says. Okay. I understand. Yeah, so, you know, if you've already been working for 14 years as a freelancer, then you could probably teach me, not me, teaching you, right, about what to do. You probably got that shit on the lockdown. And you released the games on Steam, so, you know. I think you're good. I think you're good. And indie development is fun. It's fun. There are perks of AAA and AA development. I've been, you know, as I said, in Techland in AAA, Flying Wild Hog AA, and right now I'm in indie. And there are perks to AAA and AA, but I prefer indie every time, I think. Personally. There are people that prefer, you know, working in the bigger companies, but I prefer to work in the smaller crews. I'm responsible for implementing iNav move interface with mover components. So pathfinding and other forms of navigation movement work. This component also caches the input given to it that is consumed by the mover system. Okay, so let's take a notepad. Just to quickly remind ourselves of how the mover component worked. The mover component worked in that way that first, you know, user was pressing some input. This input then was unpacked, translated a little bit, I would say, or processed, right? Then, during this processing and unpacking phase, possible moves were created and queued, right? Or proposition of moves were queued, and then actual queuing was happening. Then the movement was processed, if I remember correctly. And after everything happened, you could, you know, react to it, right? So after movement, if I remember correctly, like a rough, you know, shape of it. So that's when you had actual user. If we are working with AI isn't connected to gamepad, right? But it still has to send some kind of information to the mover about how it's going to work out. So from what I'm understanding, this whole iNav movement interface is able to create inputs to be processed in such way that it will be interpreted as if this was a regular character or regular mover actor, right? That's my bet. That's what it's all about, right? So that makes sense to me. We'll see if that's the case, right? And meanwhile, Arton Alexis says, yeah, I've worked for corporate companies in my journey and they're always a big mess. So many people in positions they shouldn't be. It's pretty embarrassing in my opinion. Yeah, I could have a whole 4-hour stream with no Unreal turned on, just, you know, talking about what you just talked about, because I see lots of articles about why, for example, game development is in the current state, and I would first of all argue that it's not all game development, but big AAA companies and AA companies, but mostly AAA companies. Indies are fine. actually they are better than ever, right? With all the successes of like Bellatro, Palworld, and other companies, right? Or just, you know, one person development teams. So it's fine. It's just bigger companies that are right now fucking up. And there are, of course, investigative reports about how it is messing up, etc. And as usual, what is always being blamed, it's people working from home, QA, of course, and tough times, of course, tough times, and the cost of development increasing. But rarely what is being talked about, it's actually that, well, maybe the people that are in position of power and are leading, maybe they're not up to snuff. Maybe the people that knew what they were doing quit long time ago and formulated their own smaller indie companies, and people that got promoted maybe shouldn't be in those positions, right? And the feedback from the rest of the team maybe gets ignored because of ego and other issues. And I could have a whole stream dedicated just to talking about that topic, right? But, you know, that's maybe for the future, because I'd rather concentrate on, you know, development, positive side of things. Let's leave, you know, the big business to handle their own shit, right? But I agree, in those big corporations, so many people in position of power where they shouldn't be there. Arton Alexis says, I've not been inside any game studios. Mine is more product companies and media companies like Sky or BBC, for example. Yeah, but when it comes to like problems with people in position of power, it doesn't matter if it is game development, media, car production, or whatever. Unfortunately, it's the same problem with people everywhere. And that's what I learned about. I was thinking that game development AAA companies might be a little bit different, but then, you know, you can read about those companies, then you can read about some investment companies or whatever and be like, hey, wait a minute. Very similar trajectories, right? So, yeah. Okay, nav mover component. Let's look at this nav mover interface, right? Okay, this component relies on parent actor having mover component, of course. By default, this component only has a reference to mover component, meaning we use other ways, such as gameplay tags for active movement mode, to check for state rather than calling. Oh, that's interesting, because I was thinking that this navigation nav mover component is tightly coupled with mover component, right? And they are talking to each other. Instead, they are using gameplay tags. So they are, at least from the comment, pretty decoupled from each other, which, you know, makes sense, because while, you know, mover component is being developed, nav mover component is being developed, they can change things in their insights while still having the same line of communication and working, right? So that makes sense. Okay, let's look at this nav mover interface. What kind of interface are they giving us? Functions to be implemented by objects interacting by this interface. Yeah. Returns true if path following can start. Okay, so it's like path following related stuff. Properties for nav movement. Let's look what we have here. How much we can break. Breaking distance override. Okay, so we have path breaking distance. We have. Okay, we have, we can tell that nav agent should be updated with owner's collision capsule size. Should we use acceleration for? Whether path following will control the movement via acceleration or using velocities directly. That is interesting. Okay, this is okay. Here we can tell that yes, use fixed path braking, and this is the distance, and stop movement abort paths. Stop active movement call will abort current path following request. Okay, so these are the things that we can use for path following. Okay. Get nav movement properties. Okay, the pointer version and the reference version with the const. Okay. So we don't make mistake. Here's nav agent. Let's see what nav agent has got to say to us. Properties of representation of an agent or pawn used by AI navigation. Okay, so regular stuff, AI stuff, like a radius, the height of our agents. That's interesting. The step data for AI, walking search, preferred nav data. And we can get some extents. Okay, right. So that's what we can also get from our interface. Expect for everyone who implements that to have. Who is the path following agent? We can request direct moves, request specific path moves while path following. We can get location of feet. There are a lot of guys on the internet that would love the location of feet. That was terrible. I'm sorry. Returns base location of collisions, velocities. Okay, yeah. So basically, it is just an interface that you would get from anything that moves around, with the additions of path following and navigation information. Okay, so that's what we can work with here. Okay, movement state. And it is movement properties, whether we are crouching, jumping, walking. Okay, so it assumes that the that's interesting, that the nav mover component that we potentially could use for AI assumes that the AI is an actual character that can crouch, jump, walk, and swim and fly. Which might not be true in certain cases, but it's interesting that they took that assumption. But we can just, never set anything in here, so that's alright. We have, okay, whether we requested any nav movement, path following component. Okay, so we have, as I can see, freedom of putting whatever path following component that will implement another interface for path following in here. We can either create something custom or use what Unreal used. Of course, mover component. Then we have lots of other methods for initializing, for get updated object, which is mover component that returns the updated component, which is probably the root component of the given actor. Yeah. The one that I will be interested, methods that I will want to look through right now and possibly debug all those running guys in here, is update nav engine. Actually, maybe let's write down what I'm interested in here. Here I am interested in how AI produces input and how it sends it over to mover. How nav data, navigation data, influences, or should I say no, because it's the same thing, how navigation data creates input. That's what I'm being interested in. Request direct move, etc. Yeah, because technically, from what I understand, I could just call that from code and it will start moving in a specific direction. Okay, let's look through it, because that's what this nav mover component is supposed to do for AI. That's something that has not been here a year ago or 9 months ago when I was looking at it. So I am wondering. First of all, initialization, it just tries to find mover component. Okay. And they were telling us that they are using gameplay tags. And the first thing that I found is stop movement immediately. It's queuing, instant movement effect, velocity effect, and empty velocity effect. Which, if we look at it, it probably, when it is being initialized, it probably zeros everything, right? So basically, it does call methods on movement component, at least here. Fit location. It takes the updated component, get component location. Okay, and it calculates where the feet could be. Okay, that makes sense. Get fit location on your base. Update nav agent. That's probably what is the most interesting to us. We have our nav agent properties, which we already explored. That these are radius, agent height, etc. And that's how he updates it. It takes capsule component. When does it call it? Is it calling it every... It's actually not used at all? I call bullshit. It has to be called somewhere. Yeah, and pawn. Of course. And... I guess I could just break, because they are running right now, and I can just see if it is sticking somewhere. It's actually not. Okay. But I guess it kind of makes sense, because it's about, whether someone is crouching or not, and then we have to, calculate our scaled capsule radius, etc., etc., right? Right? Or am I wrong? Request direct move. Let's see if anyone is I am stupid, because I'm trying to set up the breakpoint, but I haven't connected. I didn't attach the process. So mover. Let's attach ourselves and then maybe do breaks. Such a simple mistake. Once again. Why can't you hit it? The breakpoint will not currently be hit. No executable code is associated with this line. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what you get for using the EGS version of the engine. Okay. Let's start the project once again, but from inside of the rider. Yeah, that's what I remember. The problem I remember having with sometimes EGS version of the engine and using C++ with that breakpoints might not work, that changing the editor code doesn't really change shit, etc. That's why, GitHub version can be better, because it's easier to change stuff in the engine, set up breakpoints, etc. Sometimes the EGS version might not produce the oh my god, PDB files with the symbols, etc., etc. Lots of problems. Help of finding movement. Dexterovsky says, I don't know. In that case, when I have known executable code, I just restart the debug process. Yeah, but Dexterovsky, are you working on the EGS version of the engine or GitHub version of the engine? Because I usually, work from source, and I don't have to solve these kind of problems. So I'm not that knowledgeable about how to fix those code problems when using EGS version. I'll be honest. Okay, I'm running around in here and... Okay, I guess we don't have created PDB files for that shit, so we can actually break. Even though we are connected, hooked up to it, for sure we have that stuff going on. And I cannot break anywhere, right? I cannot break and tick. Yep. Guess what I would have to do? Or, because I'm thinking that for the next stream I should download the GitHub version. Then it will work for sure. But on the other hand, I'm really curious how other people are supposed to work with Epic Launcher version of the engine when we cannot break, even by launching things from here. Dexterowski says, EGS, you mean Epic Launcher? Yeah. Oh, so you are using Epic Launcher version. Okay, okay. And you just restart the whole debug process, you said. Do we even have debugger output? We have. So why the I guess I have to go to Google. Unreal Engine Launcher can breakpoint doesn't work. C++. Okay, let's see that. If the debug game still has the same warning and you're not sure, then you're running the wrong exe or you're editing the wrong CPP file or something got out of sync. Make sure the CPP file is actually the one you think it is. It is, because I turned the whole thing. Dexterowski says, did you download the debug symbols? Maybe this is silly questions, but I was pretty sure I did, but now that you mention it, I just clicked on everything automatically. I mean, automatically, just, you know, clicking. Oh my god. Okay, I think I know what happened with my debug symbols. You'll be laughing. I probably, yeah. My settings probably were changed because I was downloading something and I might have forgot that I turned off debugging. We will see. Let's see. Epic Games Launcher. Let's go into here. Let's go into my whole thing and options. As you can see, Dexterowski, it wasn't a silly questions. I didn't have that shit clicked on. Okay, it will be downloading those 38 gigs of files for a little bit of time, so no breakpoints this stream, guys. It's on me. I am silly. Of course. Of course. And the funny thing is, 9 months ago when I was debugging the same thing, I had all the debug symbols because I was breaking inside of the functions, etc. For all of the streams in the past, you know, year, I was having that, but not for that release version, not for 5.4, 5.5.4. Nope. Yeah, so that's as real as it gets. Okay. So we won't be breaking in here, but still I can, you know, at least. Oh, I found accidentally produce input implementation. Okay, let's see that in nav mover component. How fast internet do you have? 34 gigs for Orange FTH is 5 minutes of downloading. I don't remember what kind of internet I have, I'll be honest. But yeah, I might just turn on, downloading. I can just look through code in here, so, I won't have the situation when I'm overwriting files while having engine running. Options. I don't need these, and everything else is okay. Let it download those debugging symbols. You're right. Let's see how fast it will download. Arton Alexis says, "Where are you from, by the way? You sound kind of Italian." Oh, thank you. I guess I'm from Poland, and I thought I had thick Slavic accent. It turns out I have kind of Italian accent. Nice. Yeah, I'm from Poland. And where are you from, Ayrton Alexis? Ayrton Alexis says, I live in Germany, but I'm from London. Oh yeah, you said that you're from you were born in South London. You live in Germany, so you are basically our neighbors right now. And how is the internet provider situation in Germany? I know nothing about that. In Poland, we are having it okay, right? I guess, the whole European Union have it way better than, North America, right? Ayrton Alexis says, yeah, mój brat. Yes, that's correct. Internet is alright in here, Ayrton Alexis says, but it was definitely faster in London. Oh, okay. And I got way better upstream ping in London. Oh, okay. Fair enough. But I still would stake my bet that even though it's not as good as in London, probably it is way better than America, right? Or is it similar to American? Because that's the thing, like I remember even at the day job, we were talking about lags, etc. I don't remember which feature it was concerning, but I was talking about, yeah, but not every person have great internet. And they were like, what? What do you mean? Like, even the 5G internet is super fast right now. And I'm like, yeah, but remember, most gamers and people that are buying games are from America still, and they have shitty connections. That's why we still have to develop certain solutions, right? Arton Alexis says, yeah, I have no complaints. Just London has brand new wiring everywhere. Oh, okay, right. So it's the similar situation as in Poland, because we didn't have wiring, old wiring, and internet mostly became broad. You could access internet, almost everyone could access internet only like after 2000s, really. We have new wiring, new systems in place, etc. So we also get like, a great situation in here. In Poland, so also no I mean, there are some complaints, of course, but not for the speed of things. As Dexterowski was saying, for example, for us, Orange, FTH, really good. And let's see, did it download it? No. Ah, yeah, because it's probably also downloading, from not European server, I guess. But it still will be super fast. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay, update nav agent, request direct move. If it's following, we might eventually need something to help with air control. Okay, so that's not really developed. It creates cached move input velocity. That is interesting. That is cached input intent, cached input velocity. That's something that is probably being used to send any input to the mover plugin. Request path move. it works the same way. It's just using those two cache vectors. Those two cached vectors. Okay, and then how it is being processed. Those are, is flying, is using, okay, so the only real way that they are not really calling is falling. Okay. Okay, that's how they're using gameplay tags. Okay, okay. So how this thing is being then turned into mover plugin anything. What? It's only being used in but it's not showing me correctly this whole thing, because it should also show me this thing. The search is fucked up right now. Cache nav move it input intent. Cache nav move it input intent. Okay, that's something weird. And what if I search for find usages here? Okay, so basically, it's not even that it is the nav mover component that tells mover component what is happening. It is mover examples character has unproduced input, which I said it is the part, or I deleted the ugliest diagram that I did here, but basically there's this function called unproduced input where you implement, basically you take the inputs, actual inputs from gamepad, and you put it to mover input commands so they can be actually unpacked and processed, right? And I guess if there's nav mover component, it is the responsibility of taking the cached input intents falls on the character, not mover component itself. So actually, yes, the nav mover component doesn't send any information to nav mover component via some kind of interface. It's actually in the character movement component where unproduced input is being called. That's where there's a check whether we have nav mover component and we have any requested nav movement components, and that's where we are actually caching anything. And then we are using that to create the character input command queue. All right, so that's not that complicated, really. I guess there's still room to grow when it comes to AI. And I hope my symbols launched. Yep, they did. So let me turn the, where was the mover 2.0? Let me turn on that. I could have just turned that off from right there. Okay, doesn't matter. So this component doesn't really tick, right? Not really. So right now I am actually only interested in when update nav agent is being called and when request direct move is being called. Crowd following component. Following component, okay. And these are parts of just regular AI module. Okay, okay. So I guess update nav agent is also just a part of iNav movement interface. So it will be called by AI functions, for example, in behavior tree or state tree or whatever. And the whole nav mesh. Okay, I was thinking that maybe mover is doing something funny with nav mesh information, etc. But from what I see, That's not really the case. It's just like a nice packaging of like, hey, okay, whatever AI exists on my actor, it can just call those nav movement interface methods, and if my character or actor that has mover component implements mover input, produce input on produce input, right? I can actually then implement something like this. So I will cache the input independent velocity. Okay, so it's not that complicated, not that much is going on in here, I guess. But it should allow for wait a second. Requested nav movement. We're checking if it is requested. We are caching our move input velocity. Okay, we are setting up move input and then we are clearing it further. Okay, it makes sense. I was thinking that maybe they are imitating somehow that AI did something and we are simulating jump input being pressed, etc. But I guess it wouldn't make that much sense. All right, do I have it? I do have it. Let's, of course, turn on the pathfinding movement. Let's, of course, attach ourselves. Mover. And I see, yeah, I thought the AI, looking through the AI mover component, nav mover component, would take a lot much more time, but it didn't. Hey, are we attached properly? Yeah, I really thought that there is much more to it, but it isn't. So yeah, let's use our gamepad. Okay. And let's see if we can break. How about we break in tick first, just to confirm. And for some reason, I still cannot hit that shit even though I do have symbols. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, now we do have symbols. We are attached. Dexterovsky says recompile the solution. Yeah, I guess. Let's stop the whole thing. It can be in development, sure. Build this shit. It didn't recompile it. Okay. Rebuild solution. Damn, let me tell you, like experience when using GitHub version or source version of it is a little bit easier because you already have everything. Okay, let's launch it then. And now we have a coder. Wait, the game is... Whoa, I thought I'll be honest, I thought I turned off this shit. But I guess I just stopped debugging. let's see if now we will be able to hit the breakpoint. If not, you know, on the next stream, I will try to take it offline. On the next stream, I will tell you where was the problem, because I'm sure it's just something stupid on my end. I'm sure, because it always is. Almost always is. And let's go into pathfinding movement. And tick and play. And we have a breakpoint. So it worked out. Okay, we have a breakpoint, and I'm interested in nav mover component. I just want to see when this gets called. From path following component on an actor. Okay. So path following is calling that. Request direct move. Follow path segment also by path following. Request direct move. Oh yeah, makes sense. Okay, so that's how it gets called. Okay, and the last thing that I was curious about was update nav agent. How often is it called? I mean, those characters aren't crouching or jumping around. Dexterovsky says, "Oh, I see it works. What did you do?" I followed your suggestion. I clicked rebuild solution. It rebuilt itself. Then I just launched the debugging session, launched the project with the debug attached on, and it worked. So basically, you know, I had to just rebuild the solution, and then it worked out. But for some reason, this regular pawn has some issues. Lots of correction going on in here, so let me swap to the extended pawn so I won't lose my mind. I don't know why this guy works better than the other guy, but whatever. So I see update nav agent. When I thought it was being called when a character is crouching, I right now have no ability to do so because none of these AI bots are crouching. So let's see if it is being called on start of the game, shall we? Not really. Okay. So I guess it really there is, even though there is implementation, no one really calls that, and it's not the writer's error that it doesn't show me any usages. That's great. Okay, so I guess I got still 20 minutes to stream. Let's jump. If they're saying that's a good way to go. Because we were in pathfinding movement, yes, let's jump into physically based character. Last time it was crashing for me. Let's see how it will work this time. Are you ready for mover component backed by chaos physics prediction? I'm not. And what is going on in here? For physics-based movement, ensure these project settings are enabled. Tick physics async, enable physics prediction for multiplayer. Right, let's go. Tick physics async. And enable physics prediction. Enable physics prediction. Experimental. Yeah, I know. Okay, now let's launch two guys. Yeah, I remember those golden boys. Right now, it's not network prediction plugin that is simulating them, it's chaos physics. And we can already see that it's looking a little bit worse whenever I'm landing just from a regular jump. There's something weird going on my end when I'm steering. but the client sees the. It's funny. So my viewport, the one that I'm controlling right now, has some correction smoothing issues, while when I'm observing myself jumping through the eyes of another client, it's getting smoothed out. Okay, there's not that much to do in here. Apart from, whoa, now we can observe the physics. And let's remember, this is bad network condition, right? Okay, but still, for such bad network conditions, that the game didn't crash, I'm happy about that fact. Yeah, but definitely more room to grow. Okay. Maybe right now let's turn what is being called average conditions in here. Average, which is still not that great, but let's see how it behaves then. Mm-hmm. Let's move here. Why do I get the feeling that it's even worse? I'll be honest. Yeah, it is getting smoothed out, but the correction is so visible that, for example, if we had a game that right now we would be taking gravity guns and shooting at each other, you know, it might look a little bit funny. Okay, let's jump on that thing. Oh, but that actually behaves. The fact that it doesn't explode is amazing, because last time I tried it, it was just crashing right out of the gate. So, nice job. Nice job. And that's all there is to it, really. I was thinking that there would be way more problems in here, but... Oh, wow. Wow, okay, no, there are problems. The correction on my end, when the character is being backed by chaos physics prediction. Is a little bit worse than the regular network prediction plugin, but we have interaction with physics that way. Okay, let's once again look through this pawn, because last time I wasn't really able to look through it. Maybe I can turn on the one client version to look at it. Okay. And let's go for what is the name of this guy? Physics Manipawn. Okay, it has moving mapping. It has network physics settings. That's something new. That's something that wasn't set up in any of these spawns. So let's look through it for the next 13 minutes. Network physics settings, predictive interpolation, resimulation, and default. Oh, we can play with settings. Okay, we will definitely do this. Max replicating settings, predictive. Oh my god. Lots of tweaking possible. But it's still the exact same C++ code for the mover character. So the only thing that is really happening here is that instead of backend being mover network prediction liaison, it's mover network physics liaison component. That is the backend. The rest of it is set up in a similar way. Those network physics. Those are super interesting. Network physics settings component. Let's look what it is. Network physics setting component. Yes. What are we dealing here with? I had nice comments here just a second ago. What the hell did they went? Okay. Am I crazy, or there was a nice comment in here before but disappeared for some reason? Okay, doesn't matter. We will get our ways around here. Network physics settings. Okay, lots of CVARs. Okay, so these are just collections of structs to override. And then we have our actor component. Okay, so we have default settings, console variable settings, project settings, and with this we can basically override it and tell the engine, no, these are the settings you will be, physically, you will be simulating things over the network with physics. That's basically it. General settings, yeah, okay, I get it. So it's being used for overriding using namespace chaos. Yeah, get solver, it gets that for our character uninitialized, begin play, yeah, okay, ain't none to it. You need to have this if you want to override the other physics settings. But I want to see how resimulation will work actually. Shall we? Not that much of a difference, at least for now. Visually it looks similar. I wish they could show us, how to do dash using this exact guy, etc. This exact setup. Kind of like they did in the previous one, but in the regular mover network prediction backed replication. But I guess that will come in the future. Whoa. Okay, visually I don't see that much of a difference. I guess I would have to dig deeper a little bit into this. Sim-proxy replication. Oh, there are comments. Physics replication performing velocity interpolation. Recommendation. Set on actors with a local role of net role simulated proxy. Ah, okay, so that's for simulated proxies. Designed to handle local predictive interactions with other actors, especially actors of the local role autonomous proxy, which means we are steering our own client. And the simulation. Work in progress. Forward predicted replication by simulating physics and correcting errors through resimulating physics from a correct state in the past. This should be set on actors with local role of autonomous proxy, which means I'm steering my own client. Can be used for both, though not recommended for stimulated proxy. So characters that I see are being controlled by other people and I observe them. Oh, there's a CPU performance cost. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. And mover network physics liaison, okay. But there's a different, it is physics driven walking mode. Nothing about, of course, vehicles, which sucks. Physics driven walking mode. Okay, so those are completely different. Mover default sync state. Okay. Is there anything more happening? Switching of materials and begin play. And okay. Some input shit. There isn't anything more to it, right? It's just that, hey, look, there is physics-backed, chaos physics-backed prediction. It works like this, and that's really it. And you have to turn on physics async and physics prediction. That is experimental. Okay. I wonder what this mover network physics liaison component is. Let's look at that. Mover network physics liaison. That's the one I'm interested, right? Network physics liaison. Mover network. No, that's not that one. Mover network physics. That's the one. This is something that should potentially translate our inputs to physics network replication, right? And I'm interested how it does that. Here's like network physics mover state. Here is network physics mover inputs. How all of this shit works. We can see that it deals with the mover input command context. So it works on the regular types for mover. It uses net serializer. I wonder if it works with iris. This component acts as a middleman between actors movement component and the chaos physics network prediction system. This class is set on a mover component as the backend. Yeah, we saw that. Get current input data. Okay. That's something interesting. So, who calls that? Okay. Process inputs. Okay. So we will get to this. Okay. This is a setup that it is replicating, etc. It's network physics prediction enabled. So if you don't turn this on, it just won't work. Okay. Registering, unregistering, setting up constraints. Yeah, if we are moving our whole character by physics, we need some constraints. Mover component, character ground constraint. Here's initialization, finite state machine. And here we have it. Network physics component that is newly created. This being set addressable. Okay, but this is our stuff. Network physics component. Begin play. We are registering. Okay, now I want to get to, because it's taking time steps from solver, etc. Yes, that's what I wanted to get into. Produce input external. Pawn owner is, if we have pawn owner and pawn owner is not player controlled and network physics component is not relying local inputs, but it is a server world, set is relying local inputs, true. Okay. But we are producing input only if we are being locally controlled. Okay. Cached input. And that's where we are taking mover component, asking it to create input for us. It does. We get that. Then we check whether it is valid. We are setting that it is valid. If cached input is valid, that we are just putting it into input state. And this is for pre-simulation. And then we are copying it into net input command. Okay, and that's probably something that is not that much used. Okay, that's weird. These are written to by the network input and state data. Whoa, there's lots to go through here. So that's what we will get back to on the next stream, because I still want to go through Mover 2.0 because I want to see more about this physics driven stuff, how it actually operates. And I want to look at what they were talking about, character movement 2.0. And maybe let's take a simple cube and start moving it once again, but maybe, you know, do something different with it, or take a character and do something with it. I don't know about that yet. Yeah. So on the next stream, we will get back to the Mover 2.0. We will look more about this physics-based stuff. We already looked through nav mover, which is simple enough and looks like, you know, you can just hook it up and we'll just look at the example, and whatever AI you are having, you know, you have to make sure that your state tree or your behavior tree is writing the correct data, so the nav mover can, when its interface is being used by behavior trees, etc., you know, will actually get correct data, and it should work, right? We'll look on the next stream more on physics and this motion matching, motion warping, motion matching examples, because they added it, right? Tag validation. I hope so. Shit, because they are talking all this stuff, but I don't see actual map that would show it. Maybe we have to enable the motion matching example in order to make it work. We'll see on the next stream, because if they are claiming that, you know, it should work with the motion matching and animation with motion, I should see the example somewhere. So I want to see how a person could explore this for their setup. But right now I need to finish at that stuff, so we will still explore our physics based money pawn, although it doesn't look as great as the regular network prediction backed pawns, but you know, it's still something that could be cool to be used for some gameplay elements. Yeah, like some spaceships. Yeah, lots of things to consider. Yeah, so without further ado, I hope you have a nice rest of the day during this Sunday. And we will see each other next time. I'm not sure. There is one consideration that I might not be able to stream on next Sunday, but you know, I will inform of everything on my Discord. So yeah, without further ado, see you around on the next stream, and we will, you know, deep dive even more into this Mover 2.0. We will see what the hell they did here, because right now I'm see that they added some stuff, they fixed some stuff. Calling it 2.0, we'll see. We'll see about that. So without further ado, have a nice rest of the Sunday, have a good next whole week, and see you around. Bye bye.